Alright, we're gonna have to genuinely see how far we get with this, because I'm not sure what we're gonna do here. Yeah. Oh, well, no. Yeah. I gotta remember, I gotta change buttons. Well, let's go ship deck first, actually. I really have, like, I feel like I'm falling behind on all my live stream stuff. Like, God, I have a stream deck, and it's got all my old buttons. But how's everyone doing? So I want to learn my Mandrakes, because I think I'm going to main Mandrakes. I know I was talking about doing Warp Coven and then going into Hierotek, but, I mean, the whole purpose of it is that I really like awkward teams. I love oddity teams that have, like, completely crazy rules and weird super combos and, like, multi-stage concepts that can be countered. You as an opponent can be like, no, and then just stop it, and then I'm stuck and I'm screwed over, and it's just like, all right, whatever. Oh well, I failed and you saw through my plans. Or you don't see through the plans and then it happens and it's like near impossible to stop me at that point. And I feel like the Mandrakes are that. Whereas I feel like the rhythm of Hierotek is literally do the same thing every turn until you grind your opponent down by the end of, or the beginning or middle of turn 3, we'd say. And then just take over the board. Which, sure, that's a thing, absolutely. But I still kind of want to do this. And I don't have a team set for you guys for Mandrakes. I do have pretty much all options, though. So if you guys want to try and piece together a squad that you think will handle the Mandrakes, which for the most part is a one-box team. 9 total units, mostly warriors. 1, 2, 3. Only 4 specialists outside of their leader. I feel like you guys might have a decent time building into it, because there's really not much I can do outside of like not take specialists. Which, yeah, there's no reason not to take specialists. Every single specialist serves an incredibly powerful purpose. And then I already have like 4 shadow warriors, which that's just more damage when they're in shadow. You do want the ability to swap, in my opinion, with Hierotek. It is important. You do really want all the leaders, though, I feel like. There's too much power in the Apprentech and the Despotech to not take at least those. So you only really have kind of 3 spots on the side. And then one of your leader types, which we have all the leader types if you guys want to try a leader type. This is going to be in, as you can tell, we are in Vulcus, which means there is some close quarters areas. This is a 6-inch edge-to-edge setup. I should probably... Let me, studio mode. Game scene, maybe? Where did I put the red stuff? Ah, yeah, there it is. Let me work on this for you guys a little bit. About to there. About to there. There you go. So that's the setup points. We have not chosen mission yet, so we should probably do that. This is going to be from the basic missions from the rulebook. We're not doing approved ops because approved ops is going to require us to have a lot more pre-set up before the stream, so you guys can like set cards and stuff. Whereas approved ops is just straight up, here's your mission, here's the kill op, go. So, approved ops has 3 options. 3 and only 3. So, we're going to roll a d3 and then just in sequence. So, we're looking at a 3, so we will be doing transmission. Transmission was a weird one. 1 objective marker, the active operative controls. This is a 1 AP, just like all of them are. 1 objective marker the active operative is controlling is transmitting until the start of the next turn. An operative cannot perform this action during the first turning point or while within control range. So yeah, turn 2 type stuff as well. At the end of each turning point after the first, if friendly operatives control any transmitting objective markers, you score 1 VP. If friendly operatives control more. So this is take and hold, but it's only until the next turning point. So you have to re-up all of this transmission stuff, and it is hold 1, hold more. As you can see, the let me get this off screen. It's not like voting, it's more conversational, and it's going to take a while. The last couple times we've done this, it's taken a bit. There's not like a voting system, it's more just conversation and chat. But yeah, so we're going to be doing transmission, which means 1 AP per round to take control of an objective. An opponent can run in, I believe, and start transmitting as well to like change it maybe. 1 objective marker that is active, operative cannot be performance action during, yeah. The friendly operative controls transmitting. Okay. Okay, so you don't have to... If you're the opponent, you don't have to activate transmission. The transmission will just continue. If you can control the transmitting point, you'll take points off of it. So whoever starts transmitting first basically is going like, all right, this is where one of the points is going to come from. And then you as the opponent can go, cool, I'm going to be there in a second. I will be with you shortly. So it might be... It's going to... no, it's going to be Democratic Hierotek. I personally want to learn my Mandrakes. We just finished building them. We finished putting them together. We finished setting them up. And I am highly interested in playing them as a team. So what we're going through first is, now that you know it's 6-inch setup, you know that it's going to require you to spend an action point to trigger an effect that allows you to score in the final round, you have access to the Hierotek. I have all 3 leader units. You can pick which one you want. I also have all core side units, as well as adaptability with Teslas and Gauss rifles, as well as death marks. Like, if you guys genuinely want to try to meme team triple death mark, go for it. But yeah, if you guys want to start chatting in there about what you're gonna go, because most likely, as I am playing Mandrakes, I'm most likely going the leader, all 4 specialists on top of 4 warriors. Which, yeah, Mandrakes are gonna be one of those teams where right? Like, you know what they're gonna be. There's really no reason for them not to go this route of, the leader and then all specialists, which the problem I have with the Mandrakes is that you can't really tell who's a specialist and who's not outside of the Shadow Shield guy. I'm pretty sure all 4 of these are right as specialists. There we go. Specialists. And that's the leader. Okay, so cool. And then 1, 2, 3, 4 warriors, leaving a 5th warrior out because that's how this works. No, yeah. The fact I was debating painting their energies different, but I wanted them to look like a cohesive team. This one's blacker black. This one's triple black. Like a coffee. So I'm seeing someone does want to try triple death mark. I'm seeing a Chrono, a Despo, and a Prentic, of course. The easy enough ones to see, in my opinion, are the Shadow Cloak. This guy, who I gotta remember his name. I think that's the Dirgemaw, right? The two-handed sword user. The leader you have to judge based on that scimitar he's carrying, like that and his hair. Most of the time, if they're a specialist, their hair's up. The rest of them are hair down. The question is which one's which, and I'm gonna have to double check the paperwork to verify that I know what's going on. Like, what do you mean vulnerable? Soul Blast is just going to be universal, and it's a problem into Hierotek because you guys, for the most part, on the bulk of your units, I believe are going to be dealing with a 2 or a 1 to make saves against ranged. Only your leader is going to get the 3-2-1, which is still worse than his actual save. Hierotek, I feel like, are the most vulnerable to Soul Blast of most of the elite teams, or the elite armor save teams. It's them and the Jaegers and Salvagers. God, I have a gnat in my room. It's annoying the hell out of me. Alright, Mandrakes. Which one's which? Yeah, Scimitar Man, lead. Abyssal is the one with the blood hand and his sword on his side. Chooser of Flesh, yep. Dirgemaw is the one... Yeah, Dirgemaw is the one that looks like a warrior. but his hair's up. So that's the one I gotta remember. And then Shade Weaver, we all know what the Shade Weaver is. So I'm hearing, and I'm not hearing any counter to it, you guys want Chrono. That's the Chrono, right? It's God, I'm trying to remember them. I know Psycho is the one with tentacles. Chrono, yeah, Chronomancer, I was right. That's the standard one. I'm hearing Chrono. I'm hearing Despo, which I have options for his guns. Currently, he's got a Gauss if you want a Gauss. This guy's out. Deathmark 1. 2. 3. And a Prentek. I'm going to stick with Gauss. That's simple enough team-wise. I'm completely fine with that. No, yeah. It's like a mini plasma gun. It's great. I gotta clear some of my tables off. I was working on some artworky stuff. Now my one table's covered in ink cartridges. Okay. Again, for those joining, we are going to be doing the transmission mission, which every turn you're going to have to spend an action point on any of these objectives that you want to start transmitting from. We're going to stick with Aeon Staff. All right. That's fine. But yeah, so you have to spend an action point to trigger one of those things to transmit. This will only happen turn 2 and beyond because that's where most scoring occurs outside of kill op normally anyway. What you're going to be aiming to do with this is you activate it to consider it to be transmitting. At that point, it is an objective that's worth controlling for objective points. If you control 1, you get a point. If you control more than 1, you get 2 points. And that's just it for both players. Now, if you don't set to transmit, then it's not scoreable, even at any point during turn 2, turn 3, whatever. But if you activate it and someone runs in and takes control of it, you won't get points for activating it. That's not how that works. You're going to have to be in control at the end to achieve the points. So let me mark down some stuff. I think Aeon is the single. Let me check it out. Chrono. Aeon Stav is... It's Blast 2. So yeah, it's AoE, it's Stun. If you're looking for Entropic for the Devastating, like, that's fine. Just remember that this team is an anti-Pierce team. But that probably won't matter because your main goal is Devastating 3 anyway. So if you're trying to single target, we go Entropic. If you're trying to AoE Stun with the Lethal 5 and everything, you'll go Aeon Stav. I don't have a lot of health on my units. They are 8 wounds each, and the leader is 9. If you get lucky, I mean, you got 5 attacks with the Aeon Staff. If you get kinda lucky, it would probably easily kill a single unit. Entropic could very well kill a unit as well, even if you're not really that lucky. No, we're doing I want to do approved ops at some point, but I want to set up where you guys can like actually go and set the hidden stuff. That way we can properly do it, right? This is just going to be the standard operations. All we have is a main mission and a kill op. That's it, which is fine. But yeah, we will be doing equipment, Tesla weave, barbed wire. That could be some good ideas. Let me just mark down here. So which one did we want? Sticking with the AoE staff is, yeah, to make up for action. Yeah, okay, so we'll stun. Aeon Stav, I'll mark that down for your lead. Because that's the only real option that I have that I can't visually change. Because everyone else has the gear they need, so that's fine. So that takes us past selecting teams, getting missions together. Let me do 1, 2, 1, 2. I'll just do that for now. All right, you guys vote on equipment. I'm going to consider my equipment while you do it. I'm seeing Tesla weaves. I'm seeing barbed wire. I'm seeing cube. I'm liking those ideas. But let me make some choices here. For myself, at least. Because Mandrake equipment isn't incredible. There's like a couple things where it's like, yes, you want this. But outside of that... Ooh, do I try it? I think I have to. What's the board look like? I mean, yeah, we'll do it. All right, I got my 4 selected. Let me go down here, Hierotek. I'll mark Cube, Tesla, which, yes, that's a good idea into this team, I believe, because this is the one where I take mortals if I charge you, right? That's brutal. It's going to require me to basically shoot you for the most part, which I hate. But, I mean, if you don't take it, you're mad. Yeah, this is the one where I take D3 damage on charging. Yep. The thing is, it's on it for each Hierotek Circle operative in its control range. So if you guys stick together, like I have to charge 2 of you, I can get screwed. Oh. So Cube, Tesla, you guys said barbed. So you have to understand, though, with my team, I do get 7 movement, absolutely. I do get the ability to once per turning point, or if I have a shadow portal down, I can do it as many times as I want, as long as it's through the shadow portal. I can just move my people across the field. Everything I know, or to anywhere that I have the portal set, everything that I've looked at for this army is ridiculous. So the requirement for shadow passage is that I have to be within I cannot be within control range of an enemy operative. That's fine. I cannot be a valid target for an enemy operative, which is very easy to do in heavy terrain with conceal orders. And I cannot perform a shoot or fight. So this is just about repositioning and messing with you. So like barbed wire, great, but I could technically just open a shadow passage across the table past it and just be like, all right, I'm over here now. Like, That's insane to me. They're such a cool team. And it's one of those don't measure situations, which means you can do it in the Gallo Dark. Like, through walls. That's just... Oh my god, this team, man. Gonna go Magni? Magni's probably a good idea. I don't have incredible shooting. You can try. It's going to be hard as hell. Remember, there's a lot of heavy terrain in what you're looking at. The core pieces of light, if I'm not mistaken, are here. Just on this little ledge here. And I believe this one over there. Everything else is basically heavy that you're dealing with. So, like, my ability to just be, like, over here and then all of a sudden up here. And just be annoying. It's not great for you guys. And even though I don't have the best range, I do have some good range. Like, the Mandrake Abyssal would be insanely good. Just to, like, toss up on something with his Lethal 5, friggin' Soul Striker's Blast 2. He's pretty good. Or I could even go crazy with the Dirge Maw. Well, I think the Dirge Maw is better on ground. Although it has Seek Light, which, I mean, that's not that great here. You guys want smoke? You switch teams. Here, let me give you a full view. Where's game screen? There you go. We still haven't picked sides yet. Which I think means we kind of screwed up a little bit. It's not in the main rulebook. Okay, I keep forgetting when we're supposed to do this. Set up objective markers. Each player selects... Oh, yeah. So it almost doesn't matter here. Yeah. We're going to roll for side picking so you guys at least know which side you want. Red's going to be Hierotek. And then... Oh, Jesus. And then Mandrakes is going to be gray. So you guys get to pick. Do you want to be defender or attacker? Like, do you want to have initiative, basically? On the Warhammer community page, it's just universal rules. It's its own side thing. Like at the bottom, it should say light rules, and then next to it, it should say universal equipment. If you're using the app, you can go to equipment and just keep scrolling, and it'll eventually get to universal. You guys want to take initiative? Well, this is initiative for this phase, the setup phase. Remember, we are going to be rolling again. This isn't a scouting rule. This is a dice roll to see who goes first, and if we tie, and you had initiative, I believe I get to go. Because it's tiebreakers, whoever didn't have initiative. So if you want initiative, that's fine. You get to pick which table edge you start at. Which is good. It's definitely viable. You guys, if you start on the left-hand side, you get the bigger building that you can play with. Whereas if you start on the right-hand side, you get kind of screwed over by having to rush through buildings. Which, not exactly the best with Hierotek. It's up to you, though. I just gotta start remembering that we have to roll for initiative first before really getting into team and gear picking. And you can make adjustments to your gear if you want after picking sides, depending. You'll take initiative and you'll take left? No, Patrick, you guys are Hierotek. I'm Mandrakes. You guys probably want to take the big building. Because I can easily put someone up top there and block you from getting there. It's no problem, Patrick. We're working this out. We're still working this out. Despotek? I don't think the Despotek forward deployed before. The only one that could super deploy was the Deathmark using a command point, but they took that away. And since we're not doing approved ops, you do not have scout. We do not have scouting options. No extra equipment, no reposition outside of 3, none of that. We're not worried about that. Yeah, the Deathmark had the sit in reserve situation before. They got rid of it because they gave the Chronomancer a concept of using it himself. So, like, they changed it. They gave them a little bit more flavor by changing it, too. Like, it kind of forces you to play different ways. Whereas before, it was kind of like you pick Chronomancer, unless you're in Into the Dark, and then you would pick Psychomancer, and then your team was always 1 Deathmark, 2 Immortals. Like, there was never really, like, You always wanted to do it, because there was no reason not to benefit from either moving the Deathmark and opening a door, or using him to teleport somewhere later. Now they're like, nah, you actually gotta try. You actually gotta position stuff. If you're just starting out, try to play a couple basic operations to get used to the game. This is an approved ops map. You can use those 100%, because they're really well put together, I think. And it'll get you used to the asymmetric concept that you're seeing here. But definitely play a few rounds of joint, or maybe like this kind of operation first, the standard op, and then move to approved ops. Because approved ops, the main thing it does is it adds a different initiative phase, and it gives you 2 extra missions to focus on. So you don't really... Like, it's a lot more. This is going to be a bit easier to get through, because you guys just need to focus on kill op, you just need to focus on crit op, and that is it. Yeah, and then you can always play narrative. You can do joint ops, you can do basic stuff. Solo missions in joint, or cooperative missions in joint. It's a good way to see some things. I've been trying to put together a video talking about joint ops. I scrapped my last idea. I want to do it again. We might do the TAC op overview first, I think. But there are some downsides to joint ops. It will teach you some, like, meh things. So far for your equipment, you guys are, I guess, are starting on the left-hand side. So I'll kind of mark that a little bit. And then that means I'm over here. Get my guys kind of over here. You're also taking initiative. So if we tie on the first turn roll, I get to go. You can readjust your equipment if you see fit, because technically we should be picking equipment now. No, equipment is standard. Equipment's standardized at 4. Regular joint ops, regular ops, and everything says that you use equipment. So you just get the standard equipment chart, and you can just use it that way. I will say, if you're just getting into the game too, and this is something I want to kind of do a getting started Kill Team 2024 video. They don't give you enough regular barricades. I am a 2 APL team. I have to kill you to get more APL. So that's a thing. So the standard barricades, they only give you 2 in the starting box, which means you need 2 more to have a full set. You can kind of get away with not really caring about getting extra ladders, because you just have to assume that if both players take the ladders, that it's a 4-inch tall thing, so you can still kind of mark with the other one where it would be, and then you can just claim that the 4 inches equals 1 kind of deal. But the fact that they only give you 1 set of 2 light barricades is a little bad. I highly suggest, if you're just getting that, then go straight to like Etsy and find barricades. There are people who have 3D printed perfectly equivalent barricades. And you can just buy a set of 2 there. No, yeah. My friend has a box of 5. I had a box of 5. I lost 1. That means I still have 4. So I already have enough. I have too many. Actually, no, it was 6. We used to get boxes of 6 because you needed the extra 2 for the potential of both players going defense. So you guys are thinking stun. Currently, I have Cube, Tesla, Barbed, Magni. Did you want to get rid of one? Like, I don't know how good Barbed is going to be for you. It might be okay. It might prevent some stuff depending on where you put it. But you also have Tesla, which I think means you want me to charge you, I think, with that. So I don't know. Do you guys want to get rid of Barbed and go stun? The Gallo Dark barricades are a little interesting. Hopefully people still are like, yeah, it's cool, you can use them. But if you look at the Gallo Dark barricades, they're wider than regular barricades, which makes people feel a little iffy about them, because technically you can finagle them where you get cover from it while your opponent can't get within range to assault you. It's a lot harder. I think their plan is to use the Chronomancer's teleport ability to get their units to climb, like, quickly without needing to climb. So I think you guys have, like, a sort of pseudo-positioning plan to override the need for ladders. Did they take Fly away from the mini bugs? I think they did, right? They took Fly away from the team altogether. Fly was too strong, man. Fly was really making problems for a lot of teams. They had to add, like, net downsides to it, which is why we got the Vespid in their format. If we check the bugs. Yeah, bugs still can't fly. They're still, I believe, super conceal, so they still kind of are your workhorses. I'm a little sad that they brought back cost to their abilities. Although the Reanimator gets his just general thing where he can force a reanimation, which is pretty cool. You don't have to have Reanimation Beam active to cause the revive, which is, I think, really good with this team. The first time each friendly Hierotek operative is incapacitated. Yeah, so you just, every single one of them goes down, gets a reanimation token. Oh, dude, the team's very different. The Jump Pack Dwarf still has Fly. I know that. The Shade Runner has a better version, because Shade Runner used to be Fly. Shade Runner has a teleport that can go through Gallo Dark walls. Reanimation is better. Some of the tricks got reduced, like the Accelerator. I believe the Accelerator, by the end, its ability cost 0 action points. They re-upped it to 1. So that's kind of bad. The command ability that they reduced to 0 is now 1 as well. They want you to have to spend points for it. What was the other thing I remember when I was going over Hierotek? Their healing has been resituated. The Resurrect, I believe, does occur after the heal again. Let me double check that. Living Metal. In the ready step of each strategy phase, after resolving other rules. In this step, example, reanimation protocols, faction rules. Yeah, so Living Metal in the ready step after resolving. So I think you do revive and then heal, but I think the revive heal is worse. There was something about it. Yeah, it's like D3 plus 1, where I think it was like 2D3 at one point or something. It was crazy. Like, you basically got up at full health. Yeah, they guaranteed it's get up and heal, but I remember at the end it was like, yo, you get like D3 plus 3, and then you get like 3 on, like it was crazy before. I think they want you to want to use the Technomancer, because the Technomancer helps out with the heals, if I'm not mistaken. He's the one that makes the units getting up like a lot better. But honestly, it probably doesn't matter. Yeah, that's the thing. They improved Nanomine. Nanomine used to have a maximum range. I think they got rid of the maximum range. It's just vision or something. Yeah, it's straight up visible. And that's the crazy part is on Vantage that is visible. So if you're on the bottom here, you can put the thing up here or here. Like as long as you can see the terrain, you can just place it on the Vantage wherever the hell you feel like it. So, raw terminology, okay? Raw terminology. When you consider that you're rolling dice to try to make saves or retaining dice, if you retain a dice as a normal save, do not consider that dice to have a number on its face. It is just a representation of something called a normal save. So even though Soulstrike claims that normal saves would be your APL and down, you have still retained it as a normal save. Doesn't need any of the extra rolling, it's not like you're like, yeah, this is a 2+ or something. You have retained a single dice as a normal save. Facing doesn't matter. It's that's a specific thing that was kind of like talked about because demons had 6+ saves, and everyone was wondering if the retention forced it to be a crit, but they were very clear, like, no. You're not retaining a 6. You're retaining a normal save. That's all you're retaining. Yeah, it's very helpful for teams that can do double retain and stuff. Double retain teams into this team is fantastic against Soulstrike range. Soulstrike range is just like, whatever at that point. Like, it doesn't matter. Because I don't have Pierce. I think I have, like, one guy that can Pierce. Nope. I have no Pierce. So, as long as you're in cover, if you can retain more than one dice for whatever reason... Which, remember that if I'm on top of Vantage and I'm shooting down at you, and I think, you're in Conceal in the Light, you can retain 2 or you can retain a crit. So, like, it's still beneficial. Like, there's still value in it. All right, we are potentially. Either way, gear. I know you guys were kind of up in the air on your 4th piece. Again, Cube, Tesla, Barbed, Magni. Do you want to drop one and alter it? I know someone was saying double stun to try to keep me down. Was there one you wanted to pull in order to get something else? The portable barricade will only really help you with cover. It's not going to help you with armor save. Armor save doesn't matter. Not against me. Armor save does not matter. Even though you guys will be a 2+, it's still you're a 2- technically because of your APL. You guys want stun? What do you want in place of? My suggestion was the barbed wire because I don't know how beneficial the barbed wire is going to be at the end of the game for you compared to more command points, damage when I charge you, and the ability to have your leader shoot me without really needing to see anyone. Stun instead of barb. Double stun. No smoke. 2x stun. I'll just mark that down. No smoke. That's probably viable. I feel like gaining the obscure rule. Obscure is good, but like, eh. I feel like the stun might be better into me, especially now with the whole you have to spend AP to trigger things in this game. It's really good to just be like, no. I mean, it's pretty meme. You guys got 3 death marks. You guys chose to go 3 death marks, which probably scary. I'm not gonna lie. It's gonna hurt, I think, a little bit, but it's gonna be slow. So you guys probably won't come online until the end of turn 3. So as long as you can weather the storm and get to the end of turn 3, you'll be good. So we've selected teams, we've selected equipment. I've upped you guys by 2 command points. Each player's alternate setting up an item of equipment on the field. Just so you know, I did go barbed wire. I also went mines, and as well as heavy cover and a shadow glyph. That was my options. For those who don't know, the shadow glyph is a once per turning point super conceal that I can apply to a target that is activated. That's all that is. So you guys don't have anything on the field in terms of equipment to set up. So I have to set up. So start thinking of the first units you guys want to set up on the field so that when I'm done placing my components, you can start to decide where you want your units to go. You will be setting up the first grouping of 3 as you have the initiative. Oh, you're wondering what an Ublex is? So an Ublex is for my leader, if I'm not mistaken. So whenever the operative is readied, which that'll happen at the top of turn 1, like we're going to do that in turn 1, he gains Ublex. And it's a way for me to, when you start damaging me, I think I roll a d6 for all the damage, like each dice individually. And the first time I get a 5, my Ublex goes away, damage is fully negated. I have to then kill you, I think? Yeah, I have to kill you with my melee weapon to regain an Ublex while I'm active. Like, well, not while I'm active, but in the phase. Like, if I want to recover my Ublex before the end of the round, I have to kill one of you. It's like the Archon's Cloak. I think the Salvagers have their one-off thing that they have as well. But, yeah, so it regenerates every ready step. So you're going to have to deal with that at least once every single turn. Which, he's 9 wounds. If I'm rolling that a lot, no, I'm probably dead. That's the Ublex. The other thing you have to look out for is the Chooser of Flesh. If he kills you with his ranged or melee, he gains a token. Not him, my team. My team gains a token that can either heal me 2d3 or increase my APL by 1 at the top of a phase once I activate. Like, when I'm activating, I can be like, I need that guy to be 3 APL. I just spend one of those tokens. So there's like a couple tokens here with this team. But let me pull up Universal Equipment, because I believe the heavy terrain is within 3 of my deployment zone, so the right side. The mines are to the middle, 2 inches from doors and markers. And the razor wire, wholly within territory, 2 inches from equipment terrain features, so doors are possible. Oh, the one that can force you to take more damage after he hits you. For like everyone else, I think it's the Abyssal. The Abyssal, yeah, Balefire. I think it's an action point that targets you. Whenever a friendly Mandrake operative is shooting an enemy operative that has one of your Balefire tokens, yeah. Select one operative. So I can make you take more damage, or I can make myself take less damage, is the thing. Select one operative visible to this operative that doesn't have one of your Balefire tokens until the start of this operative's next activation. So this is one that persists until the Abyssal goes again. Or I think if he dies. Yeah, if he dies, or performs the action again, or goes again. Because I can technically do Wreath and Balefire as a counter. It's the one that has... It's this one. It's the one that's rocking, like, his hands. And I'll be talking to you guys. Let me actually... Forgot to redo the focus. There we go. No servo. I will be pointing out where units are as we go. I mean, you guys got revive tokens. You have so many revive tokens. Let me double check heavy. Heavy is within 2 of my drop zone. Okay. So 2 of my drop zone. All right. Let me get this stuff together. The only one I actually need is barbed wire and heavy. And then I need a token for the mines. Oh, I also have, because I bought those, because I bought the Mandrakes, I got all the base things, so we can pre-do moves with actual bases now. I'm super happy about that. Periodic projection. What are you talking about? Are you looking at tokens? That might be a ploy. No. Trying to remember. Oh, okay, yeah. Mandrake Dirge Maw. Select one enemy operative that's a valid target for this operative or is within shadow until the start of the operative's next activation is incapacitated. Forms action against... So this is the one where I select you. Select one enemy operative that's a valid target for this operative. This is the weird one. This is the guy I need to figure out. The Dirge Maw. He's the one that can interrupt your attacks. Like, I can choose one of your units, and the moment you go to activate him, if I can get into combat with him or shoot him, I go, no, you don't get to go, I get to go. And then I get to go first. Select one enemy operative that's a valid target. This operative or within shadow. It's a valid target for this operative or is within shadow. So if you're within shadow, I can just do this. Until the start of the operative's next activation, until it's incapacitated, until it performs action again. Win the hit stat of the enemy operative's weapons by 1. Oh, this is injury without injury. This is just injury. I can force you to be injured if you're within shadow. Yeah, if you're near heavy terrain, which is within shadow, is basically the core of what within shadow is. So if you're within an inch of heavy terrain, if you're under vantage, or if you're near one of my portals, you're within shadow, and I can just make you injured. For the -2 to move, and then -1 to hit. You also can't increase your APL. No, yeah, I have to be able to do it. It's explicit. It says... Alright, which way do I not want you guys to go? This is going to be difficult, because you're going to come up here. I imagine most of your guys are going to push up mid. Your goal is probably going to be to hold there, and then push up and hold here. So, how do... I kind of want to put the mines... Maybe I just make sure that you guys can't come this way. Maybe with the mines. Leaving you all in sight, meaning you can't use this back. That's probably best. This has to be 2 inches up. From the 6-inch. Which is fine. Just a little bit extra cover. I think I will probably put it against the wall so I don't have to deal with too much. and barbed wire. This is kind of a rough choice overall. I think there's probably going to be better. Because I feel like your team's really slow. And it's almost like a non-point to place most of this stuff because all I'm doing is funneling you. With that there and that there, it's going to force the bulk of your team that wants to come this way to be here and nowhere else. Which, I mean, I guess that's fine. If you go around back, I mean, that's going to be your thing. You're probably going to try to teleport a guy up here, but I can't really stop that. It's a whole thing, man. There you go. It is the problem of this lens, because you get the fisheye effect. So, that's my setup. You guys have to do your first team chunk. Let me give you guys your team visualization here. So the way reanimation works with the kill op, and this is from what I understand from reading it. So the points scored from kill op occurs the moment you go up a grade. So I've already scored the points, okay? I still have the points. It does explicitly say you can't roll back points that way. But it does roll back the grade, which means it's harder for me to go up further grades if all of your people come back. I have to then go through all of them to then push the grade back up. You're talking about 3 inches to here? It can go down, but kill grade explicitly says scoring it occurs the moment it goes up, and you will not lose that VP. So this terrain is like 3 inch tall to about only here, and then about here it's 2. So climbing would be 2, and then drop would be free. But yeah. I kind of want to get one of these boards, but I want it to get with like 1 inch squares. I mean, they're kind of here. You can kind of see the sort of pseudo 1 inch, but I really want one of these boards that looks nice, but you can clearly see 1 inch squares. That way everyone kind of knows where stuff is. Okay, so setting up operatives. In conceal order, I gotta go grab those tokens. Let me place my team here so you guys can kind of see what you're dealing with. That's a warrior. It is a weird concept that their hair being up is the key thing showing people which one's a specialist and which one isn't. They've evolved to top knot. I don't doubt it. So yeah, barbed wire here. My heavy barricade slightly up from my objective, kind of coming off of this building here. Mine here. Let me know. Does it? I was pretty sure at the end it said you don't really adjust. As reanimated operatives are no longer incapacitated for purpose of kill op, this means your opponent's kill grade can go down during the battle. They lose Oh, they do lose. However, it won't be retroactively changed. Wait, it won't retroactively change any of their VPs your opponents has. Oh, from TAC Ops. I mean, it does come down to if it says it is it. Because the kill op, from what I remember reading, explicitly is like you score when you go up a grade. Which made it feel like you wouldn't lose points, but I guess you did. Yeah, whenever you move to a new kill grade, you score 1 VP. Whereas if they worded it as the kill grade equals the VP, it would have probably just been passively that, but I guess they had to interact with that differently. That's good. This is why I'm doing this, man. I'm trying to get people locally to start playing more so I can, interact with teams and see rules and stuff. Because I like to get all this stuff ironed out before I really get to these teams with my team overview videos. So I'm like, oh yeah, that's how that works. Yep, you guys are first to set up. So Hierotek 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 split into 3. So you're gonna have 2 squads 3, 1 squad 2. You got to set up 3 people at first. I am on East Coast. I'm in the Delmarva area. I have a lot of places around me and a lot of 40k players. The thing is, my issue, right, is that I've been buying this stuff forever and I've been talking to people about it forever, and they're all at a point where they're like, I really want to play Kill Team. And I'm like, cool, let me know. And they're like, yeah. And then they don't. and that's kind of where we are right now with my local community. Is just like, they've been posting their teams that they've finished painting online. They've posted it. And I'm like, yes, I can't wait. And then they're just like, nah, bro, I can't show up today. But then, like, the next day they show up to play a 2K game of 40K. And it's like, all right, I think I understand what's happening here. Oh, thanks, Morello. Just let him play elites. And then play really poorly as a non-elite team. I still feel like it's way too early. I know they're going to change something. They're going to change something about the counteract rule with elite teams. I think they're going to limit it a little bit. I just hope they don't overdo it. Because the problem is that in the prior system, elites were actually not that great. So, yeah, play co-op for a bit. Is there something you know that they're doing where you're like, that was a bad play? Or something? Like, I try to talk through with my friends the general concepts of this game. The whole, like, yeah, I know I charged and fought you and killed your unit. Maybe don't immediately activate a new unit nearby and charge and fight that unit to kill it, giving me sight on you. That's probably a bad idea. And then they're like, yeah, it probably is. And then they do it anyway, and I kill them. And it's like, look, I told you what was going to happen. There can't be hard feelings here. Nah. I mean, or just play a really long-term game, right? Where most of your actions you can go over and talk about just as you go. But yeah, who do you guys want to set up first? You have 3 units total you have to set up first. Because, again, setting up is always rounding up for the teams. So you always have to use your highest number on the split first. And for the Hierotek, that's going to be 2 squads of 3 before a squad of 2. So let me start grabbing some conceal tokens. You guys have selected the left-hand side here. The beautiful left-hand side. You're thinking the 2 death marks and I'm gonna move them, but you guys can always converse about locations. Like, do you want the Hierotek closer to the bottom? Do you want them closer to the top? Hierotek and Accelerator? Or Accelerator makes more sense, upper or lower. So I'm just gonna get these down here real quick. I still gotta paint my other ones to be a better visualization. So you're thinking Accelerator maybe instead? Because the Accelerator and the Plasma Sight are very much workhorses of your team. They don't really give away too much. They mostly let you know. Shadow Portal is only this guy, the one with the shield. The way it works, to go over it real quick, he gets to basically drop a token here, get picked up, and he can just like appear somewhere, right? And then I have to drop the other token here. If there are other Mandrakes within that range of that token, within control range of it, they can then choose to reposition. Using it, they have to appear near the token within control range of it. That's kind of the goal. So you're thinking hold the Hierotek, use the Accelerator instead. I have them all at the bottom here where you see these things pointing. 2 death marks top, Hierotek bottom. We can adjust that if you want. You cannot. It is a reposition specifically. And since it's because it's also confined by their through shadow passage function. Shadow passage does not allow you to perform a shoot or fight. Yeah, performs the reposition action. The reposition action, not a charge action. It's only reposition, and I'm pretty sure Shadow Portal doesn't enhance it in any way. Yeah, it's just they can perform shadow passage each turning point through the portal. All it does is it makes it so that I go from only shadow passaging a single unit to being able to shadow passage all of my units that are near it. You can't be targetable. It's kind of a trick. Right? So if I appear up here, if you're all down here and you guys don't have something with oversight, I could technically appear all up here because it's about being in conceal and in light cover. You guys don't really have things that can have see-through light, I think, right? How are the death marks? Death marks aren't seek light, right? Piercing, severe. Yeah, they're not seek light. So if you were seek light, I couldn't do it here. But because you're not, unless you're above me and can see here, I could. Simply because if I'm in conceal, I'm not targetable by you. And that's all that matters. Not targetable, 1 inch from heavy, or one of those tokens. I think you guys took the blast one. You took Ion Staff here. All right, so I've been seeing some adjustments. Deathmark Accelerator at top. Chrono at bot left. Yeah, Ion Staff could be good here. So you're thinking Deathmark and Accelerator top side. I'm seeing someone say Chrono Bot. I'm pretty sure that's right. Yeah, it's to the wall. And we're cool with the accelerator here and the death mark there, or what? Did we need a plan where the death mark's here to be seen and teleport potentially? Remember, I think your core plan is to try to teleport a death mark to the top. And if I'm not mistaken, you need to be within certain ranges to pull that off. Yeah. Time Splinter is 6 and 6. So if you remember correctly, and it's only horizontal measured, but you can place them on vantage, it looks like. So from his current location, you can't get to the top here. If that's definitely your plan, let me see what this limits. Select operative can immediately perform a 1 AP action for free. It cannot move more than 2 inches during that action. Perform an action is already performed, or perform that action again. So you would even need to be further up than this wall to get him all the way up top, because the front of his base would stop here. Although he immediately performs a free action. Nah, because it still requires at the end of that action, or at the end of the start of that action, to just place, or does it not? Because it is all one complete action. Although it does say he has to perform. So I feel like unless he can actually physically, like, be right there, which, I mean, he's fallen, he won't be able to just start here. You'd have to move, like, kind of up with the leader and then move in. Okay. Accelerator, 2 death marks. Is this location good for them? Do you want the accelerator to be higher to potentially be the one that comes in here and just deals with this? Do you want me to just swap, like, do you want me to put the accelerator top and put the other death mark down here? You said accelerator and death marks. In that order? Guy talking about katakana in my chat. Okay. So I feel like I do need a sort of, and remember, it's every single turn after the second, or starting with the second and beyond, you're going to have to spend an action point on the objectives you want to try to capture and use. So I think I definitely want a sacrificial that guy. Because he's basically just going to climb the wall and then stand on an objective. This is a... Mine's a 9-person team, so I'm 3 squads of 3. I'm probably also going to want... There's really... I can either do... This is the fun part about Mandrakes. I don't have to care. I could put this guy here and then be like, alright, I'm over here now. Like, I can just... I don't have to care, but I do I just need to set up. Like, that's the whole thing. It's why I put the heavy wall where it is. That way they can hopefully maneuver up a little bit and have some range. I probably could have just put it in my area and just used it as a source for in shadow. I think we definitely do warriors first here. I do need to think of my shadow portal idea, though. Where it's going to go. How it's going to handle. Because I've always had this plan with turn 1 shadow portal that I think could be really good. We'll do him there. I'll make sure it's within 6. And then we'll do him kind of here. I want to make sure. Within 6, within 6. All right, your next 3. I think that's within 6. Let me double check my top guy. Again, problem is angle of camera. He's like a little forward. Let me actually clear the red a bit. Despotek, Deathmark, and Reanimator at bot left. Any kind of sequence you're trying to aim for with these guys? Are you looking for, like, the Despotek to be able to pull around? Reanimator near the corner of cover. We can do that. I can give you basically the super prospect, because this is all heavy. So as long as a tiny piece of your base is visible around the corner, I pretty much have no ability to shoot you. No, that's the wrong one. This is why I wish I hadn't painted. I gotta really sit down and just paint my my conceal tokens the way I wanted them to be. Go there. Reanimated near the corner of cover. Oh, upper corner. You want to be like here. Okay. You want the Despo like down here, or do you want the Deathmark down here? Getting ready to run around. I love saturation. Friggin' grim neon future. Top tier. This does leave both your leaders as good end options. You want You want him to get here, yes? Wait, why do you want him to dash? I mean, he's going to have a move and a dash. So what we'd do is we would play the obnoxious game of making sure the back end of the base is a little bit there. He could beeline dash, but he's going to have to move out a little bit, and as you know, it's all in 1-inch increments. So to get out, it would be to there, and then you'd probably... Oh, yeah. You would end up about, like, right there. So within an inch, definitely. But yeah, you play the obnoxious, my base is kind of around the corner game. Despo? Do you want him to be hugging the back of this guy here for maximum range? Despo in between? You want him to be like dead center, or do you want him to actually be like good to go with this guy? Because yeah, I can drop him here. He does have a window, a couple windows to look through, so no big deal at, you know, getting line of sight. I did not take, remember, I did not take my silent ranged attacks. And I also believe I can't charge from conceal. I don't believe that's something I have access to. Let me just double check. Wait, do I have access to it? Was that a strategic ploy? Hang on. I think I have to end within shadow. Yeah. I can charge while in conceal, but I have to start or end within shadow. So remember that. I can charge. So this would technically work. No, it wouldn't, because this is considered a reposition. You can't charge after a reposition. So it doesn't work with shadow passage. But it would allow me to charge while in conceal. And this is a strategic ploy, which means the entire team gets it for the turn. Because they're mandrakes. Mandrakes are fun. This is why I want to play them. I still like the idea of Warp Coven. I still like the idea of playing Hierotek, which is why I actually picked Hierotek here for you guys to play, so we can kind of get a feel for them. I do think they're good. Oh yeah, it's a lot of Tesla Weave damage. It's literally your team picking Tesla Weave is my crap. How am I going to deal with this moment? Put my Shade Weaver here. In a way where he doesn't latch onto that guy's weapon and move him around. And put a warrior. I feel like this guy could go like here. He'll be in cover. Who else do we want to put somewhere? Maybe the leader? I don't know. This is the one that Bale fires. Is there something I want to do with him specifically? I feel like if he goes about here, the trick would be to get here and then climb. I don't know if he's going to have the distance. He'd probably get the 3 to here, and then he could climb. But if you're up here, you could easily see him. Struggles. Struggles. But he does need to be on his own, I think. Yeah, I think he does need to be on his own. He needs to be able to play out weird actions himself. Warriors are strong on their own. Warriors are very strong on their own because of the whole in shadow +1 to their damage lines. Let me double check, make sure that I was right. So that's the Abyssal. You're talking about the Dirge Maw. Dirge Maw is right here. He's not in yet. Currently the leader, Dirge Maw, and the Flesh Carver guy, the Chooser of Flesh. Those are the ones that are out right now. So you have no idea where they are, and you have your leader and your Apprentice. I can. The overlay is a little bit wrong just because of the camera angle. Remember that. Like, these guys here are within 6. Just like this guy. Like, that's within 6. But for some reason, my overlay, because of the weird angle that it's at. So you guys are about right there. So it's mostly to the walls here, up and down. Oh, thanks, Luca. I try. It is a lot of rules. I have to remind myself when writing my scripts that I need to be coming from a place where I'm probably talking to people who have never played this game and maybe haven't even played tabletop games. So it is difficult because anything like GW level of strategy is always like, you've taken the training wheels off as well as the front wheel. That guy is unicycling down the road and hopefully it works out. Thinking Chrono at top, Apprentice at bottom. Is there a plan? And I know I'm saying this as your opponent, but I want, if we want to pre-measure stuff. So like, if the Chrono's up top, like you're saying, I'm guessing you're trying to be able to portal. The issue is you can't do it right away. You're gonna have to, I think, move him, right? Let me double check. Select one other friendly Hierotek operative, excluding Apprentice. Visible to. This is an issue with this maneuver that I think you're trying to pull off. You'll be able to get him probably here. No issues. Because you could put him up here and then move him 2 inches into this little pocket under the top. But from this current location, if you move forward to try to get him up here, you lose visibility on these guys. So you won't be able to be here and then grab one. Visibility wise, it is actually difficult due to this corner for you to be able to move up into this box and pull it off. You could probably do it though. Like if you're right here, you could probably pull it off by seeing blue and then tossing blue up here. Oh yeah, you can always free dash. And I'm guessing with the Apprentice, maybe here? Let me know. Let me double check your ploys so I make sure I know what you're aiming to do. Not relentless, not undying. Command underling. Support. Each other friendly Hierotek circle visible to within 6 inches of friendly cryptic operative. You can, which would be your main leader and the Hierotek, right? Is the Hierotek a cryptic? The Hierotek is not a cryptic. Or is it? No, he has the same unique actions as the cryptic. Is the Despotek a cryptic? He is not. Oh, select one. So you can either use the Hierotek or the Cryptek for this. It's either within 6 of the Crypt or 3 of the Apprent. So I'm guessing if you're planning on picking which side you want to dash, do you want me to? Do you want me to position it in such a way? So there you go. In this position, he is within 1 inch of the wall. He is also within 3 of every single person here. And then this guy should be within range of all of them. So you could pick each side. One side to do it in turn 1. Mandrakes are a good 1-box. Corsairs you need multiple boxes for. Jaegers is a 1-box team. In my opinion, Mandrakes are going to be very difficult for you to learn and play, but if you want to play them and you hunker down, that's probably a good idea to go that team. Jaegers seem a bit more straightforward than Mandrakes. And again, they're a 1-box team. You buy the box, you get specialists, and I think it's the same as Mandrakes. It's like half specialists, half warriors, and then you just play. The main choice you have is what type of loadout your warriors get, and that's a little bit devastating in your options. You kind of have to pick and choose. You might need to buy 2 boxes if you really want to go all out with them. But yeah, they sound, when I've checked into them, they sound a bit more standard. Like, it's not that big of a deal to play them, I think. They have some cool functions. There's a guy who can, I think, shoot in the Gambit phase. Like, you can just once per game shoot with him in the Gambit phase. He's, like, really cool. And if he kills a guy, it, like, triggers APL loss to a ton of people within range. Like, it's so cool. They're so cool. They also get, like, fun mines and stuff. They're fun. I think they're cool. I've seen a lot of people leaning into Jaegers for the upcoming game. If you're looking to play long-term, and if you're looking to play competitive, I would say stick to figuring out if you want to play Mandrakes or Jaegers. Because Corsairs are only going to be a 1-year competitive team, I think. Yeah, because they were Season 1. So, like, you only have so much time with them. Let me see what I want to do here. I think I want to put him here. Chooser of Flesh right there. I think I want to put my leader maybe here. But yeah, Mandrakes and Jaegers are going to be a 3-year team, supposedly, unless something happens. And this is the guy you guys were afraid of, because he is a counter character that can just kind of go. Let me move this microphone over a little bit so I can loop around here. I think he's actually going to go here, so he can kind of move forward and set up in horrifying ways. Okay. Our teams are set up. So set up operatives, play the battle. In the first turning point, players roll off. So we roll off yet again. So red for Hierotek. Again, you guys have the initiative, so if we tie, you lose. Red Hierotek. 3. Mandrakes. 2. God. No! Oh. Alright, I need a button for this. I actually need a button for this. It's gonna bother me if I don't have a button for this. There you go. I gotta remember to click this for you. I need to find... There's no good way for me to put it just, like, on screen at all times, is there? I gotta reassess my, my scoreboard. I might shrink the scoreboard so I can have an area for the dice at the bottom. Either way, you guys do get to go first. I think I'll just passively, because I know my brain's going to start burning out while we're playing. That's a little small. No, yes. The scoreboard's going to be shrunk. It's not as easy just because I do have a ton of things going on. Like, this is actually a pretty solid, like, laid out function. Scoreboard. Let me see if I can just do it for now. Just a holdover. Ah, no. It's all one big thing. Let me go studio mode. Score black, team 1, team 2. Turning point. Yeah. Let me see what I can do here. Start thinking of your opening phase though. So we both top of the phase. Command points up. My guy gains his Ooblex because we're readied. And then, yeah, Gambit phase. You guys are up for your first pick while I tinker away with maybe changing this a little bit. Score? Oh, God. Because the logo is part of it. I'm going to have to do this separately later on. Studio mode. Let's turn that off. Let's just do this for now. Transform, rotate. No, my logo. I'll fix it later. Oh, also, turning point. So, the function for your gaining of CP, is that a gambit, or is that actually something you just have to do otherwise? Let's find out. Tesseract in the ready step. So, when I gain my Oobleck, you guys get to check and see something. From the Cryptic, he's not dead. Roll a d6. On a 1, you cannot use this roll for the rest of the game. On a 4, you get 1 CP. So, as long as I don't roll a 1 here, you roll a 3. So you don't get it, but you also don't lose it. So that's in the ready step. What's the Oobleck symbol? Because I do have the tokens. I paid all of $80 for this team to get these tokens. Leader Oobleck. The new box, not the old Nightmare box. Dude, that's gotta be the worst feeling. Rolling a 1 with that ability in turn 1. I could see it. I've done that so much in like all the other modes of this game, like 40k, everything. I'm always like, man, I hope I don't roll. Oh, great. I have re-rolled more 1s into 1s than I care to admit. Alright, so you guys are first up for strategic gambits. We are both looking at 3 command points apiece. Do you have units? I don't know. Does Hierotek have units with built-in gambits? I don't think they do, right? Death marks. No. Who's messaging me? Do you have... Yes. Yeah, I don't think you guys have Gambit people. No. No Gambit people. So you guys are just on with specifically your ploys. If you think you want one. You said you were going to try to use command underlings. If you feel like you want to do that, we can go through that. I need to look through my stuff because I know I do have some ploys, although one of them I can't use. I could technically use it, but also... Select one on operative. I did some. Hang on. 50. Re-engage music. I do feel like yeah. So the one issue I was really finding when I was first trying out me versus chat is that it, for a lot of people, it does feel like one person's gonna take over the table. But like it's just gonna happen at some point. I mean, if no one starts talking, it's gonna be one of those things. But like hopefully people do speak up, but this is like a nerd culture thing, right? Where someone's like, oh, I don't want to talk because I don't think what I'm gonna say is important. And I want to see what other people are going to do. And it's going to be a little bit rough, I think, at first until maybe more people get used to it over time and we have more people talking. But don't worry about it for now. If someone starts talking while you're talking, we can, you know, work out exactly how that's going to play out in the game itself. Let me add roll here. Eventually, I do think I want to get to a point when we have an active enough community that I could set like a bot that basically puts your names in a sequence, so that you guys can kind of take turns picking and choosing. So you guys can ruin your own plans. Comms unit affects support ploys. It affects anything support. Because normally when ploys are support, it's going to target a unit. That unit then uses it as support. So the comms would work. Which I believe, yeah, it would work for command underlings, but you guys didn't take the comms, which... honestly, not that big of a deal. I think it feels like it's a little rough to utilize comms in that way. The thing is, because I know there's the other one, right, where it performs a support action, like the cortical control. You can't cortical control and command underlings because it's just 2 different stages in the game. No, yeah, definitely. We'll see what happens. I try to give a little bit of time. Like if someone says they want to do something, I will give a little bit of time to see if someone else wants to pop up and converse. Because I did turn this to low latency mode. Hopefully it's not that far behind for you guys. But at the very least, you guys should be able to see each other's chats in a good timely fashion. So maybe you can converse a little easier, and then I can just sort of, sort it out at the end. So let me go T1, just in case anyone buffs. Command it with cryptic. Underling bots. So we're thinking cryptic for underlings first, right? Again, this is dash. Dash doesn't come with fly. So you do have kind of problems here if you're using these guys. Because it's 3 inches, which means this wall is 2 to go up and then 1 to go over. Which means this guy can't go over. You want this guy to go up? You're thinking the single dash with this? Do you want to reposition any of these guys? Because all these guys, I think, can dash, right? Excluding cryptic and immediately perform free dash. Each other. Oh, each other. So the leader can't. Each other. So whoever you're picking as target can't dash. It's going to be single units. So your goal is to 1 command point this guy to here, as we showed before, so he can move up and be in cover. That's the goal, right? I don't think you can play around me putting portals places. I'm just gonna say that right now. It is going to be very hard to stop me from putting portals places. It's a good concept to try to prevent portal, but it's also going to be near impossible with how much heavy terrain there is to stop portal. Because again, I have to be a valid target. It's not that you see me, I have to be a valid target. Which means if I'm in conceal and in heavy, even if you're on a high point, it doesn't matter. You can't see me. Therefore, I can go there. I think that makes it worse for you against me, honestly. Alright, so you can pass through units now. That is a key thing I remember reading. It used to be that you couldn't pass through allies' bases, but now they said you can, I believe. So, okay. You guys are team 2. So like we said, it doesn't exactly get you against the wall, but it does get you within an inch. And then you're saying back of his base goes to about here. It used to be that you couldn't, and so many people screwed themselves over in the old rules when you couldn't pass by. Does this guy want to go? I don't know where he can go really right now. Like, if he runs down the aisle, I could kill him. If you want to loop him closer in this way to prepare to, like, shimmy the whole way around, maybe that'll work. But that's up to you. Reanimator stays. We're playing by intention. I'll talk about my stuff as we're doing it. All right, so your 1 command point's done. Here's a fun concept that I have for this team. So even though it won't work here, right? Like, even though it is actually impossible to trigger, let me show you guys something that I've been thinking of. I am going to haunting focus this unit. That is a strategic gambit. I am allowed to do that. I can't. Like, I physically am not going to be able to trigger it properly, but this will force you to do something else before I actually have to do anything in turn 1. When I was reading that, I was like, yes. This is my thing. Turn 1, I will always haunting at the top to make sure. Unless I'm playing against Hand of the Archon and they still have that function of skipping to get an extra command point, then I might actually just go, you know what? This makes it so that... where do you go? I think it's here. It makes it so that this unit... If you decide to activate this guy, so long as this unit can shoot or fight him during his activation, I can go, no, you don't go, this guy goes instead. And then I activate him and put him through a whole sequence of things that ends or at least involves him shooting or fighting this unit, which it's impossible here. I can't do that unless you do something, unless something happens. It's just impossible. But it is a strategic gambit, which means I can use it as one of my options during the gambit phase, which means I don't have to spend a command point yet. Oh, are you talking about the other thing he does? No, that's not this. That happens in a different phase. That happens when he activates. I have to just physically attack you. Which one are you talking about? I don't think I have any other gambits from people. Yeah, I have no other people gambits. Friendly Mandrake operative is shooting, fighting, or retaliating. If it's, you can reroll. The ploys, are you talking about shadow bites? Uses firefight ploy when an enemy operative performs the fight action. Resolve attack dice, step of sequence. So my fourth firefight ploy gambit allows me to strike first in combat. That's all it is. Yeah, if you fight me, I activate. I think. Select friendly Mandrake operative within shadow to fight against the resolve attack dice tab. Yeah, use this when an enemy operative. You have to fight me in which you perform a charge. So if you charge and fight me, I go first. If I spend the command point. I think we roll and then I just resolve the first dice attack. That's all that is. The main one I think, the main one I'm thinking you're thinking of is that for a firefight ploy, 1 command point, I can make it so terrain doesn't matter for my movement, but still you're too far away. It's 7, 8, 9, right? 9, technically a little under 10. This is his threat range. I can't get to you. I actually can't get to you with a charge. Even if I somehow manage to spend the point to come over here and shoot, you're in cover. I can't shoot you when you activate. So it's just, I can't do anything. So yeah, you guys get another ploy if you want. If not, you'll pass, and then we'll see if I need anything as well. Let me see if I actually do want anything. This doubles up my retention. Before the next operative is actually performed. Ooh, wait, I don't think I can do this in the turn, in first turn. Oh, I can't. I love creeping horror. Can't do it turn 1. Operative can perform charge action. Big one is Blade in the Dark. I can't do Blade in the Dark here, though. Pass? I will also pass. Which triggers the beginning of turn 1. No more ploys can be played. So reminder, you have to spend an action point to activate the objectives. It won't matter turn 1 just because that's how it is. That's the Hand of the Archon. Hand of the Archon has arrogance. I do not. I just don't think I need anything in turn 1. I just wanted to see if you were going to do something else. And if you did, then make a choice. Because if you did something serious for damage, I probably would have done the double retain dice. But you didn't, so I don't have to, I don't think. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. So, turn 1. First activation, top of the game. You're up. I may need to go get some water because I'm going to be talking a lot. And I'm running out of water. So, again, this is going to be mostly playing by intention, which is actually a good thing to learn and practice. You have to be within control range of the objective and to spend a command point. But that's turn 2. Does not matter here. This is a posturing round. Turn 1, 99% of the time in Kill Team is a posturing round. So your goal is to position yourself, not necessarily on objectives unless you think it's fine, which up here, maybe. You might want to try to shut down some of my angles of ingress because I technically could start a portal run right now. Yeah, but you have no reason to go for objectives turn 1 is what I'm saying. You can try to be near them to prepare for it, but you don't have to be on them. So you're thinking accelerator plus APL to the death mark and then passing? Okay. I'll grab the marker. You guys can talk it out. See if you want to actually go that route. It's probably fine. It's probably a good idea to try to get your death mark up to 3 for possibly needing to move. Although you can't really move them when you're shooting, unless you're trying to get him up somewhere and then shooting later with some other thing that he can do. Yeah, talk it out. I do need to grab the tokens though, because you guys have plus APL and I do want the tokens on hand. So you guys got some time. I'm not gonna rush in. 9 times out of 10, what I'll do here is I'll actually use these little markers to mark where you kind of want to go, and then to make sure the full action can be done, and then we'll trigger it. So you're not locked in when you start up like this. Game state is key. Once you guys finish what you want to do, I'll go after like a little bit and see if anybody wants to be like, oh wait, let's not do that. Because I can do that too. You're looking for the accelerator potential for moving and dashing to objective point 1. I believe they were fast, right? The bugs? Yeah, they're 7-inchers. They don't fly, which sucks. I wish they had some form of, like, better climb or something. Missions are not turn 1. So what you're wondering is 7 inches. So what you're gonna lose going over here is 2, which means you're actually looking at about 5 inches. Move alone, okay? Move alone will get you on that point. So if we are considering actions that can be taken, you could technically, with the plasma site accelerators 2 APL, drop an APL on a target and then move his full 7 inches to easily get him to objective point 1. If that's your plan. You don't even need to dash. The 7 inches is good enough because that wall is 2 inches tall, which means you get your 2 up, free drop, 5. It will leave him exposed, but if I portal, I cannot shoot. And I'm not really going to have an easy way to get vision on him. He is a bit tall, which means I could pop around the corner and see him. So if you don't want to APL him and you do want to move dash, we could probably put him in the wall, right? Like all the way up to the wall. That wouldn't be a problem if you're not looking to accelerate. You really don't want to risk your bugs until turn 3. Your bugs are going to be massive workhorses. Massive points workhorses. You need your units to kill while your bugs practically do nothing else. I don't believe so. I think he's one that can only do it a single time. 6 inches until the... Yeah. Because the Kasserkin one says it can do it more than once. But because it's called accelerate, you can't double accelerate in a single turn. Unless it claims it's allowed. So the Kasserkin one can, this one cannot. And you can only do it, of course, to Death Marks or Immortals. No Despos, no Leader. Kill Team Hungry going cash money. So, what Kill Team Hungry is talking about is for your Death Mark, trigger what? Oh, wait, no. Yeah, wait, can these guys guard? Oh, you have to do the point, right? Is it command point to do it? Concealer during the offer. Yeah, so you have to activate Dimensional Ambush. Yeah, Prentic can use the same abilities the leader does. It'll just change where the buffs are if it's a buff, but teleporting is just a one-off. So far we're looking to APL a death mark. I think it's the one that's away from the wall, or do you want to do the one at the corner is your hope? I don't know about that. You're saying the Apprentice during his turn can teleport 2 units? But he can only perform 1 cryptic unique action per turning point, which means he can only do it once. No, yeah, there's no restriction between the two. That's what I'm saying. It's only the same named thing per unit, which means since it's being used across 2 different units, it's fine. Yeah. So, we have the redonkulous Kill Team Hungry play of doing the guard play early. But we're leaning with Peter's approach to just simply APL bonus the death mark. But now we've got some conversation going. We'll see where it goes. There's a lot of options here. Why? Okay, there we go. This guy? This guy does have some vision here. He does have some vision this way. He could shut this down, but again, my portaler is here. So this angle might not even end up being a thing. I could just vanish from here. So this is why Kill Team Hungry was bringing up basically super buffing a single death mark to have guard and everything going so that he could be expended, giving you the ability to teleport him. Do you want to do it near... Which one do you want to do it near? Because you do have the Apprentice here who could, you know, maneuver and then trigger a teleport to get this guy up here. Or do you want to do it here? Because like I did say, due to the size of character, as it would put your chrono out a little bit. But if you expended and guarded one of these, moved your chrono up, or like dashed him over, you could then cause the teleport, because you do need a little bit of distance here to get him up here. And then you could, because he's 3 APL, move somewhere else and get back into cover or something. So you have the ability to potentially in 2 turns take this over, which I could technically counter by being like, no, and teleporting one of my warriors up here with a portal. or with a in shade, which would be hilarious to me. Or you could potentially buff up and supermark one of these guys. Yes, that's what I'm saying. But from measurement position, the 6 inches is here. You cannot balance the base here. It just falls right off because he would be here as like the end of the first part of that activation before then himself doing a free activation is how I read it. The alternative is that when he's placed here, he can then take the action. It's one of those gray rules where since it's all part of the same super action, I'm not sure if the placement of the base, we'll go here, is here and then he gets to activate, or if it's here and then we have to make sure he can stay here before then doing a free action. Oh yeah, that is right? Teleport is support. Uses Firefly Ploy when a friendly Hierotek Apprentice or Hierotek Cryptic Operative performs support unique action until the end of that action. Purpose specifically of selecting a friendly operative. So the distance that operative can teleport to, I think, is still restricted, but the selecting an operative is not. We got chamber music up in here. Dude, I love Hierotek. I do love them. I was debating going them, but I do really want to go Mandrakes, I think. I feel like Mandrakes are going to be more fun for me with their oddity. So you want to go crazy mode with bot Deathmark? That's what I'm getting. Or like this one down here. This guy. Because this is, I don't know when you got in here, Kill Team Hungry. This is a meme team. They decided 3 death marks. So this is triple death mark. This is a triple. They wanted triple death mark. They said they wanted it. So we're rocking triple death mark. Super meme team. They will work heavily off of each other, which is cool. But at the same time, it's very hard to position and use. Although the Chronomancer with the Apprentice could fix that pretty easily. So I have heard at least several times we are going to super buff this guy, which means he would go into activated. I cannot counter it, so that goes away. The shoot light concept is good in theory. The problem is there's only 2 light pieces of terrain. Like, I'm pretty sure, right? Like, I'm not losing my mind. Vulcus only has 2 pieces light, and they're at the top and bottom. So, like, Vulcus almost doesn't make it useful in some ways. Yeah, oh, there's 3. So it's that, and then I think this one over here. And the problem is that my Mandrake abilities basically require me to be within heavy for the most part. So, like, I'm always going to be within heavy. No, you can, if you can see me. It shits on obscured, but you still cannot see heavy terrain intervention with being on top of objectives. So it would help against light cover, but if I pop up here and you're here, you still can't shoot me. They do have the AoE. They went AoE staff. Alright, so I'm doing it. We got that guy. We're doing a command point, right? You guys want to do the command point for guard. You are team 2. Little guard token. And you said you wanted to spend an action point for anti-obscure. Boop. And you just want him to be there? Because that's still one action point left. So he could technically maneuver if he needs to. If you think he needs to be somewhere else. Oh, wait, no, it's guard. Nope, 2 action points. So guard action point and obscure action point. So he's stuck in this current situation. Yeah, it says you can perform guard. It's not that you can just say guard and do it for free. It's still considered an action. So yeah, you would buff the anti-obscure if you think you want anti-obscure. It's up to you. If you don't think you want anti-obscure, you don't need to take it and you can move instead. It's probably worth it. All right. So I get to play my game. My game of oddity. Do I do the thing that has angered so many people online? I have a couple options here. I've always, because your leader almost doesn't matter as much as it used to in the old games where everyone took assassinate as their side op, which we're not doing this round anyway. It still doesn't exist tac op mode, so it's still a viable option to do this one thing that I've been thinking of doing. One thing. God, do I do it? It's a 4+. They did take that. They took the cube. They definitely took Tesla. They took 2 times stun, and then they took the magnification function. So you have cube, Tesla, 2 times stun, magnification. I took the wire, the mines, the heavy cover, and a shadow glyph. They were 1 away from getting the extra CP. It didn't work out. I mean, you're already turn 1 command point. You're going to be starved soon if you don't have the ability to gain anything new. I think I do it, right? Like, I mean, might as well just jump off the deep end here and see what happens. So, things I need. Things I need to make sure happen. Uses fire if I play at the end of operative's activation. Select one friendly Mandrake operative. It has an engage. Back up within shadow and a location it can be placed. It cannot be within control range of an enemy operative. It cannot be a valid target for an enemy operative. Valid target, of course, is just conceal and engage versus lines. And I'm not allowed to perform the shoot or fight till the start of the next turning point, which means I can't even do like oddity stuff with counteract there. Operative is within shadows. Any of the following are true. It has to be within an inch of heavy. That's not lower than it. Any part of its base is underneath the vantage point. Shadow portal marker. Oh no, you're going to be drained in turn 2. It's just whether or not you're going to have 3 or 1. 3 to start with or only 2 to start with. Let's do the dumb thing. I genuinely want to do the dumb thing. I want to see if it works. It's super risky. It's super gambly. But I also think it's kind of hilarious. Yeah. Okay. The only portal... This is the only portal I would have for the turn. I'd have to hold off for the other portal. But maybe that was my plan the whole time. Yeah. Leader. So this guy and anyone here, if you activate, we're rolling dice to see if you don't get to activate them. Just so you know. I don't think there was a command point in there to spend to make this more viable as an option. I probably should have double covered. Fighting against, retaliating against an enemy operative within 6 inches. No. When it performs an action in which it moves until the operative can move through. No. So, I do not need vision for it to occur, from what I understand. Let me double check it. Yeah, you only have to be within 6 inches of this operative. I roll a d6. If the result is higher than your APL, you cannot activate it during this activation. You'll have to wait until later. So basically, if you're familiar with the Phobos anti-activate, the thing they get that they can mark a target in the gambit step to be like, you can't activate for X amount of turns or whatever, or X amount of activations. It's kind of like that, except it's the enhanced version, which is... Basically, if you were to activate one of those death marks right now, if I rolled, I think a 3, you can roll a d6 if the result is higher. So against the death mark, it'll be 3. Against your leader, it'll be 4. And against the accelerator, it'll be 3. If I roll a 3 up when you declare you're rolling, you want your death mark to activate, you can now no longer activate that death mark till the end. That's if it can go, kill team. That's if it can go. If you do this now and I roll a 4+, that chrono cannot go until the end of the round. This is also my leader who has a chance at fully negating a single dice of incoming damage when you fire at him. You also cannot get your pierce against me. As well, my save is normally a 4+ anyway. Yeah, it's completely possible. It's why I was debating doing this now or later. So if you guys want to attempt to activate your Hierotek Cryptic now, you'll also, I believe, activate, since you need the expended one, you're going to need to activate the support ability because it's too far away. So you'll have no CP for the round after this point. Cortical control will be used. Okay. So you want to attempt to activate and then expend another DM near it. Do you want to slow build this up, or do you want to do this now? Is the question. Because again, I just moved. I'm done. That guy can't do anything now. You don't necessarily need to go now. So yeah, you want to see how it plays out. So do you want to start getting other death marks ready to be potentially teleported by either the Apprentice or the Cryptic when they go? You could also attempt the positioning and the accelerator for the +1 APL. Okay. Alright. So I did color code all your death marks. Red is already gone. You've got blue and purple. Makes it very easy for people to go yes. Do you want to go down the line of blue and purple? So do you want to pick one and then activate anti-obscure and expend? Is that the plan here? Let me find some more tokens. Blue is the one that's further away from the corner. Let me grab some of these as well. So we can start with blue, if that's your goal here. I'll have to roll to see if you can even pick him currently. Could have swore I had more tokens for this. I'll just do that. Okay, so blue. He is 2 APL, so I'm looking for a 3+. He is not able to go till after everyone's gone. Who else do you want to try? Temp purple. Another 3+. He does get to go. So he is currently going. I'm guessing 1 APL for the anti-obscure. What are you thinking, Kill Team? Because this hasn't changed game state yet. Outside of the stun of the blue. Do you want to try a different thing outside of purple? So you want purple to go, anti-obscure and pass, right? It's the goal here. What's up, PhD bot? No. They didn't activate the reroll within 8 because, you know, turn 1 I'm over here and there. You never know if I'm actually going to come in, right? You guys didn't do the reroll within 8, I thought. You only did command underlings. And then you passed in an attempt to see what I was going to do. And then I passed, which stopped everything. It doesn't, but it does. I feel like against Mandrakes, if you're spending the command point on the under 8, you're literally telling the Mandrakes not to teleport within like a certain range of you. No, yeah, just letting you know. It's just one of those weird things where it's a hard sell because it is a command point, which makes it rough. And you didn't get your extra command point early, so it's not good to like free base that type of thing. Me, however. It's potential. There's potential there. I'm thinking at this point, I need to start some basic trigger functions. Which is going to end up being... We got to play this out in an odd way because this was a big Gambit turn 1 concept. Probably won't work, but kind of hilarious. Which one am I looking for? There it is. That's you. So this guy can see, sort of, but I can try to move up and just get into there, so he still can't shoot. There's two options I really have here. The visibility problem is an issue, though. We'll start with that guy, though. That one will actually be where we start. Oh, no, yeah, he does. Hopefully he pulls a bunch of your guys out of conceal. Now, in the last mode with TAC Ops, this wouldn't even be a play. Because that is basically, how do I give you guys 2 freaking TAC Op points in turn 1? If you have a Seek and Destroy function. Like, that's... Although 9 times out of 10, these guys take security. Security was so good with the freaking Hierotek. So this guy, what's the token? What's the token look like? Yeah, okay. Well, even if you had Seek and Destroy, they got rid of the Assassinate function. Dude, that's, like, seriously, getting rid of Assassinate from the TAC Op function, it's so good. It's such a good concept. I'm going to 1 action point, because you're within shadow, because you are within an inch of heavy terrain. That guy's basically injured for all intents and purposes. You're at -1 to hit on him as well as -2 to move. And then this guy is going to maneuver his 7 inches. So your leader is at -1 to hit and -2 to move. Until I use that ability again, until this guy dies, or until, I think it's one, let me check. This is one of those like semi-perma buffs that they've been finally giving to everyone. Performs the action again until it activates next or is killed. Yeah, no, we didn't do TAC ops for this. Eventually I want to get to a point where maybe I can have something on the Discord where you guys can like choose your TAC ops, and then like you could announce like, oh, reveal TP1, and I could be like, what, and then click it and be like, oh shit. But I want to do it in a way where it feels like it's actually hidden. Like it's one of those weird things. I don't need to find like a website or something. You guys are up. There's still 2 potential targets, or 3 potential targets near my leader who he can force them to pause and not go. But we shall see. If you want to attempt the chrono now, you can, but again, my leader is there. He's done. He is what he is. You want to try the chrono? Okay. Grabbing a dice. This is a big roll. This is a very big roll. Because if your chrono fails out here, then he can't really do this until the end. Big roll for me. 4+. Nope. He is good to go. That was 1 away, by the way. 1 away. So you're still injured. You're still chill. I'm guessing you want to go engage. My auto mod. I mean, either way, this is good. You didn't take comms because you took almost every single Hierotek benefit all at once. Also, you do have a single command point ploy that's better than comms, honestly, for like 90% of situations. Oh wait, no, you guys are using the old ones. That way, I can keep it separate. It's a good, the comms is good sometimes. The problem is the comms is in a spot. So you have to play around that spot, which forces you to stay still. Versus what you have here, which I'm guessing you could use a single command point ploy and be like, this guy, instead of like that guy, which is cool. It is weird to play around though. So you're thinking, this one here, the one that's got anti-obscure, the one that's close to him. So the location you're trying to, and I think I have this thing here. Let me clear this out. This was from something earlier. So. So it's from him 6 inches. Now, the question is whether or not that can really balance there, if that's your goal. It's not diagonal measuring. It's horizontal. It's horizontal or vertical. It's horizontal, but then always as high up as possible, from what I read. Or is that the other thing that I was reading? Operative, selected operative. It cannot move. Hang on. Visible 2-6 operative and within 6 the desk protect operative that's visible. Oh no, it's not the vertical. What was the one I was reading that was only vertical? Hang on, let me double check. There was one thing I was reading where it was like you only measure the horizontal distance. Visible to and within 6 inches of this operative, or within 6 inches of a friendly desk protect operative that's visible to this operative. So technically, you could grab this guy because it is here, right? I'm not. Oh, no, that's command. Where? Time splinter. Here we are. 6 inches of this operative, remove it from the kill zone. Set it back up within visible to and within 6 inches of this operative, measuring the horizontal distance. He does have to be visible when setting up, but you're only measuring horizontal. Yeah. Most likely we're going to know who's going to win by the middle or end of turning point 3, which is average for a kill team game. So you want him next to the wall, outside at 2 inches of my main guy. So not here, because that wouldn't really... He'd probably fall if he was there. 2 inches. Do you explicitly want to be outside of 2, or do you just want to be outside of the 1? Because you've got some play here. Like, this would be outside of 2. Okay. Oh, did they give them AoE blast on their Deathmark guns? Forgot about that. Wait, what are you talking about? Oh, the Chrono Blast. Okay. So you're aiming to be outside of Chrono range. There we go. So that's one action point for the teleport. You're saying command, which is the interstitial. Then 6 inches friendly. No, that doesn't matter. Visible, definitely visible. Selected operative can immediately perform a one action point action. For free, it cannot move more than 2 inches during that action you're not moving. Perform an action if it's already performed during the turning point, or perform that action again during the turning point. He has not shot yet. This is out of his sequence anyway, so the move doesn't really matter for the heavy command. So perfectly fine. So we go down to the death mark. 4 attacks, 2+. Okay. So he wasn't in engage, but we do have a lot of leeway here because we are talking it out and it's not that easy to like get everything down. There wouldn't have really been a way for me to shoot him regardless, so game state really wouldn't have changed. This is the main one that couldn't have done it, because he's in conceal still. But the guard would pull him out, because I think you're forced to stay in conceal to do the guard function. But then you get pulled out of it, I believe. Dimensional ambush. If it has a conceal order during that activation, yeah. So yeah, you would go engage and then shoot. So he has to stay in there. He wouldn't be able to command. So back down to death mark. Single burst, I'm guessing. We're going straight from his gun. 4 attacks. 2+, because they heavily improved the out-of-sequence combat function. Devastating 2. Heavy dash only, doesn't matter. Piercing doesn't matter. Severe. Severe is the guaranteed crit, right? Punishing, I think, is hit. Severe is crit. Yeah, if he doesn't retain a crit, he gets a crit. So 4 attacks, 2+. He's probably dead, but this is where we're at. Yeah. You do get 2 crits, so you don't get to upgrade 1. Everything else is a hit. He's probably dead here, honestly. So the way this sequence works, you get to reroll here, but if we math it out, you're currently looking at a unit with 9 wounds. You have just done a guarantee of 4 to him. I can't retain saves here because I'm not in cover. I do get my 4+ though because I am in shadow. You are looking at the regular damage doing 4s, the off damage doing 3s. So we're down 4. If I make saves, I have to save the regulars. The crits don't matter as much here. So if I even make all 3 of my saves, I have to basically allow a single crit through, which is 7, which is 2 less than you would need. But that's if I make 3 4+ saves. I have to make 3 4+ saves in this current state to potentially stop what's going on. So you can risk it for the biscuit. You have a command point to reroll. As it stands right now, it's probably good to allow it to just go through because you do have the follow-up conduit anyway. Lol. I just need my 1 inch from heavy. That's all I need. Also, I do get to roll per dice a chance at a 5+ to fully negate one of your dice damage. Just so you know. Because my Ublex is active. I was kind of hoping that the 50-50 would have went my way, because I was going to put the Balefire up, and then the Balefire was actually going to reduce the damage he was going to take by 1. So kill team saying go. Everyone else cool with just going? 3 dice. Dude, if he lives, I feel like there's going to be some tears, right? This is one of those wild dice situations, and this godforsaken game. Either way, here we go. I do have some command points. I'm probably not going to roll enough. Knowing how I roll, it's probably not going to be enough. Just saying. Just tossing it out there. Chianti. Ooh, it could be enough, actually. Because it's a 50-50 on a single command point. I feel like it. I feel like there's a chance that I'd be obnoxious here. One down. This is going to be a 1. I can feel it. Yeah. Nope, there we go. So, 2 of your 2 normals out. Crit into a crit out, leaving a single dice of crit damage coming in. On a 5+. Ooblex does not occur, but I am at 2 wounds. Leading into the Magnify. And is this this is the enhanced version that doesn't really care who you're magnifying into, right? I am injured, absolutely. When friendly Hierotek Circle, Apprentic, or Cryptic Operative shoots, you can use this roll. If you do, select one other friendly Hierotek Circle Operative who has an engage order. Yes. Until the end of the activation, that other friendly operative can be treated as the active operative for the Magnify roll. So you are looking now to chuck an Ion Stab at me for your 3rd and final action point. You are currently injured. Well, quote, injured, unquote. This is going to be the Ion Stab from ranged, hitting on 4s. Lethal 5, which it would have gotten anyway, because this is close quarters. It is 5 attacks, though. So there's a very high chance this is it. At the very least, I'm probably going to get stunned. Where do you see Ceaseless? From the ranged. Oh yeah, Magnify. That's right. Here we go. Ceaseless is a single dice. Single dice result is the way it would be worded. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 attacks. 4 ups. Critical 5. So you do get 2 crits. He is stunned regardless of what happens at this point. The 4-up still works as a norm. Technically with Ceaseless, you're only going to be able to pick 1 result, which means only 1 dice reroll. There's another crit. He's probably dead. There's no way. If I save 3 crits, this will be insane. But even if I saved 3, I'd have to Ooblex the last. If I roll 3 crits here, and then Ooblex the last, we have caught on camera the most insane interaction of all time, humanly possible. That was so close. Critical chance is always so high that
it doesn't matter. Like, I kind of want to re-roll it, but I know I'm dead. Like, no, it's not. This is the Jack in the Box. Like, for everyone out there who's like, I kind of want to play Hierotek, that's a Jack in a Box idea with the Chronomancer. It's huge. It's very powerful. Definitely consider it whenever you're playing. How much damage? It's just enough, right? Yeah, 3, so it will tag. I kind of want to see I'm not spending the command point just for the sake of fate. Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered anyway. So now you've got a guy up top who's in engage and just chilling. You burned all of your action points on your leader, so he can't move. He's just down there. You've got a death mark that can't go until the end. Well, the thing is that works across your immortals as well. Immortals are also insanely good with that. Death marks just guarantee the damage more. It does put you up 1 for kill op, but I'm pretty sure you need, like, against this team, you might need 2. Is it 2 into 9? Yeah, you need 2. We both need 2 to drop us down 1. I think. Unless your bugs don't count. Yeah, your bugs count. Okay. What to do? I think at this point for me, it's mostly just going to be about positioning. My turn 1 gambit didn't plan out, so that's how that works. Warrior time? Thinking warrior time, and then we'll see what happens. Up. Over. Nah, I have to use my move for this. We'll just dash into the final tier, I guess. So I get 5 inches. Put me to that wall. Warrior is just going to pocket over here. Put this up here for you guys. You're up. Actually double check a rule. This is kind of a learning situation. Attack, enemy operatives eligible. So the Harrowing Whisper that is currently on one of your death marks, even though the Night Fiend is dead, it still remains until the end. So that's nice. No. Harrowing Whisper is the thing that's making blue not be able to go until all your other units have gone. The injury effect would go away if this guy dies. I think. Yeah, it's that guy. To think I was literally a roll of a 6 and a roll of a 5, which ridiculous percentages. Ridiculous percentages. Away from just straight up being like, no, I live. You have to expend more. No, I like them. I like them. I think they're good. The issue was I either do that turn 1 and hope, right? Like I either do that turn 1 and hope, like right away. Or I would have done the portal instead. So I have at least 2 fun options with this team in turn 1 to either portal reposition in a way where you can't shoot me and I am basically 1 turn away from charging and killing some of your people, or I try to play the stall game with my leader. Which, finding out that I don't need line of sight for it, oh. Like, I could have done that on the first floor, and it would have mildly screwed up some of your positioning. So what you guys got? You've got Accelerator, you've got the Healer, you've got the Apprentice, and you've got the Despotek. You have to activate all of those before you can activate your final Death Mark. I feel like that would be a fun play into a melee heavy team. Because at the very least, I would do it, screw some people up, and then force someone to take a little bit of damage. No plans, anyone? Nothing going on? No callouts, or is my chat frozen? It's one or the other. Reload chat. No, seems fine. The Dirge Maw is currently located right here. In conceal, in heavy cover. We've only really activated like 4 units. Like 4 or 5 units so far. We're still pretty early on in turn 1. I've still got a lot of people to move around. Let me take a look at this guy. I can see it. Everyone else just went really quiet. It normally happens. Someone will walk away, go get some food or something. Alright. I mean, it's up to you at this point, Jaggle. No one else has a plan. You can activate a unit. Tell me where you want to put it. We've got the Healy guy. We've got the Accelerator. You've got the Hierotek, who can still use at least one functional ability, like the teleport and all that. You've got the Deathmark, or the Despotek, with his Gauss Blaster ready to roll. It's up to you. The Deathmark can't go yet. It's the bug. The Deathmark has to wait till the end. I know we pre-measured a move and a dash for the bug to move up. No. No. You have 2 Deathmarks that have gone and expended. This is the one that attempted to go and failed the roll, or the roll beat him basically. So he's stuck until the end. The only thing you have up here is the Accelerator, which we determined if you move in a dash, you can get to the wall. If you apply a move and you do a single target APL increase, you can get to kind of the dead center point, and that's about it. And that's pretty much all we've really measured. Outside of that, you've got the healer here, who has 7 inches of move. In theory, a move and a dash could put him up here, but that's really close to enemies and potentially getting charged in a following turn as well, putting him within range of the barbed wire, which could screw him up later, depending on where he goes. You've got the Despo, which is going to need 2 inches to get out, which means 3 inches. He could get to the wall with a move. It's Nat. So you think the Apprentice, or the, not the Apprentice, the Accelerator? Do you want to do the APL and be in a rough situation, or do you want to go all in and be in a safe situation? I believe the common thought was that we would put him into a safe situation. That way you can, try to not die, and then on top of it, be able to still be within range to activate transmission. Safe situation. So we already pre-measured a while ago. Safe situation would put him pretty much against that box. That would be a full move and a dash. Okay. for me. I need to debate some stuff. Would get a guard action on him if I go that way. I need to see. Shots off on that death mark. I don't need to do that now, though. Are they 32s? These are 32s, right? No, these are 28s. 28s. So if I can manage to get to here, I can stay out of sight of that guy. I can get sight on him. I can do this in engage. But if I'm going to do it, I'd probably want my Balefire to be out first. Which is the one that does Balefire? Not Dirge Maw. It's the Abyssal. Balefire tokens. Wreath and Balefire. So I'd have to move and then Balefire. If I go from here, I believe you're going to get Obscure because it's going to pass through heavy terrain that's out here. Probably not a good play in its current state. When does Wreath and Balefire go away? That's fine, PhD bot. Sort of learning the team a bit. So it's taking a second. What's the Balefire token? I think this will be good to set up for later. I'm going to wreath this guy in Balefire. Potentially setting up a later round for an action point. Where to go from here? I feel like you're not going to make it to here, like, ever. I can almost just not care about this point anymore and just allow that warrior to deal with it. Which means, if anything, I sort of want to reposition. 6 and 7. It could pull him up to the wall. Problem is, the best way to attack anyone from here is over here. I Balefired my my Shadow Weaver, because you can Balefire your own units. It just means that everything you shoot or hit them with is at -1 damage to a minimum of 1. Five, 6, 7. Could put him here. Let's do that. All right. I am completely out of water and I need a bathroom break. I will be right back. BRB, think of your stuff. gallon jug of water. Nothing yet? Haven't really given you guys much in terms of what to attack outside of that opening play. So, I mean, you're mostly at this point trying to figure out, like, fun little things to do. Some simple repositions. Let me take a look at the chrono abilities. You can definitely get this guy with just a move to here easily. The move and a dash would put him here, like we said before, which is heavy terrain, but the problem is you are within easily charge range of anyone that's close. So the safer spot would be here. You would probably have to move when you're ready to activate the point, and then activate it. So we can start with the Healybot, since he doesn't really have anything else to do at this point. Probably just gonna go with my warrior. I do have a good play here, though. At least a good preparation play. Do you want to stick down here and try to, you know, just get more people up to the wall? We can start with the Despotek, get them up to, like, the front of the wall if we want. You'll have more choices and more concepts to have to deal with. Utilizing your Hierotek is the big thing. Because your Hierotek will have a bunch of extra abilities that he's going to have to pick from to possibly toss out in the field, such as his teleport and functional stuff. Let me see what else the Despo can do. He's treated as APL 3 against, for taking over control of objectives, which is good. It's also really good that he ignores APL changes for that. That's actually really crazy for Immortals if you think about it, because if I start APL reducing them, It sucks that their actions go down, but they're still near impossible to take objectives from. Like, so good. Alright. So the Despo only gets 5. He has to move out 2. And then 3 over. Puts him up against the wall. That's a single action point. He can do other stuff at this point if you want. In particular, he could command something nearby him, although that's probably not that necessary. There's probably not a lot here that matters, honestly. Because if he forces the other guy to do something, I think it breaks guard, if I'm not mistaken. Performing an action while under the guard state breaks guard. He can't go into guard here. The only characters that can are the death marks, and that's only if you spend a command point, which has already happened, so that can't happen again this turn. So he's probably good to just expend here. There's really not much else to do with him. Would need a dash, which I don't like. Because as a reminder, there is a door here and a door here. I should probably try to clearly mark that at some point. Also a door here and a door here. I might do like a really high vis silver on the broken bits up here. The hazard stripes look good on the Gallow Dart terrain. I don't know so much about Vulcus. I could probably just paint like a small strip of plastic to put in front of the doors. That way you guys could have like a little square you see. Let's play it out a little bit. Warrior, moving a dash through the door, cutting the move down to 6 from 7 and then dashing up to the wall. Staying out of vision of the on guard. No, yeah, everything has hazards. It's just whether or not putting a hazard strip here would look good, technically, visually. I feel like I could probably make this look really, like, grunged up and horrible. I've got, like, rust dust and stuff. I could probably put, like, in this general area. Your Cryptic is there. He is already activated because he did that whole combo. You have an Apprentice to activate now, and then after the Apprentice goes, you can then activate this Death Mark. Let's see. So I've got 3 guys to go. So if you go, I go, you go, I go. Eerily enough, I think you guys have a chance at a single counteract action, but the only person who can counteract currently is this guy up here. Because he's the only one in... Oh, or your leader. Your leader's also in engage. I had 9. You had 8. So it does put you down 1. You did kill one of my guys, but he did activate. So I didn't lose the sequence. According to how counteract works, 1 free action point. Completely. So yeah. Repair action. Thought repair action was only the other guy. What are we talking about? Psychomancer, Chronomancer. So you could probably use any of his support abilities. You could use a shoot if he has access to it. You could move him, but I think moves are restricted to 2 inches. Any movement. But you could trigger a teleport, I believe. Yeah, the only restrictions is you can't perform these actions while within control range of enemy operatives, but you could counteract teleport, I believe. The teleported units can only be selected once per turning point, so you can't re-teleport something that's already been teleported. Yeah, you could nano-temporal if you can get sight on stuff. And technically with nano-temporal, you don't need to see a unit. You just need to see a piece of terrain. So it can go pretty much anywhere. As long as it's not the same unit, I believe. Although, maybe not. So this is a gray zone. This is the fun of gray zone writing. Select 1 expended friendly Hierotek circle operative visible to and within 6 inches of this operative. See, the crazy part is because he'd be counteracting, he is expended. So technically, you could target yourself, but in sequence, you are to then be removed from the kill zone and then set back up visible to and within 6 inches of this operative, which is impossible because the operative is now gone. So this is a gray rule here, and because it can't be completed, I imagine that's what prevents it from being done. Yeah, each friend, they can only be selected once. It's kind of an oddity too, because technically, no, you have to select a friendly Hierotek. You're not really selecting him. But yeah, the death mark that was moved to the top can't be selected again. And I'm guessing because you can't place this unit within 6 inches of itself if it's not on the board, means you can't like lift him and do it as well. Because it can't be completed at all as an action, which means the action would roll back and refund anyway. But you could Chronometron or Chronometron someone, which is really good. Chronometron reducing attacks from incoming things by 1 is actually insanely good. And probably super useful. No, you have to pick it up and then choose where it goes according to the sequence. And it has to go within 6 inches of the thing casting it. But it could be worth it either dropping a counter temporal to just leave it there. No, yeah, you've still got, you have to do something with the Hierotek at this point, and then you can do something with the death mark. So the Hierotek, the Hierotek's still slow, right? Oh no, he's quick. Hierotek is full speed, baby. Still, he's a bit far back. I don't know if you can bring him up too far. If you want to spend... If you don't want to use an ability, that's probably fine. You can probably move dash, but if you want to use an ability, you probably just want to move him probably to like an edge here or something, so he can at least... If he's going to drop counter temporal... I mean, you don't have to dash in mine. You can just say you're going to move in mine. So you can position him where you want. You could either go this way and maybe mine somewhere in here or over here, or you could go this way and mine in a similar area over here. You have options. So where do you want him to end up? You want him to be like in a safer spot back here? Or do you want him to try to stick with everyone up front because of the whole 3-inch dash thing around him? If you put him up to the window here, he gets everyone here in the potential dash. If he's literally like against this window. You could put him here. Oh, mining the terrain is easy as hell. There's almost no issues with it at this point. Like right now, you could just drop it like here. What's the rules on mine? Visible to this operative or on vantage. That visible to this operative. Whenever this enemy operative is within 6, subtract 2 from move. Oh no, I don't think these old tokens are good anymore for this kind of thing. I mean, these ones should be. Yeah, these are right. So the trick is you reduce the move stat, I think. Let me double check the wording, because there's a couple functional things that this can do. Yeah, you can see there. Whenever an enemy operative is within 6 of the countertemporal, subtract 2 from the move stat. Okay. So the way it used to be, it would reduce 2 from the moves that were going into it. It's a little weaker, but with a better placement potential. Because now all these guys are at -2. So as long as you don't activate him early or use countertemporal early with someone else, this will, when they activate, they'll be at -2 to their move. But these guys over here, if they were to activate now, they're outside of the 6. So they'd have their full move potential. If you moved it up and put them in it, do they have to be visible? I think it's just range. Yeah, just within 6 inches of the countertemporal. If you moved it up and put them in, that would reduce them by 2, but you don't really get the result doesn't matter. Because if they just move dash up, they still get to the range they need to get here because of their 7-inch movement. So if I were to do that, the mine would need to be about here. Yeah, it could be about there. All right. So this guy loses that because that doesn't matter right now. But I get to go. And we'll just keep playing the move forward game. So he activates 7 down to 5. 4 inches through the door. 3 inches to the wall. The last death mark. The music is done. Let me get through to the end. Alright, well, you guys decide what to do with that last death mark. I'm gonna go grab some painting tools. I've been meaning to finish painting my advanced markers. Because I want my conceal markers to be different than my engage markers. So the question is, what do you want to do with him in a way where maybe next turn he'd be in a better position? Do you want to put him like on this corner here to overlook this area? Do you want to see with a move and a dash because he has a 5-inch move? The problem with these guys with their 5-inch moves is that this wall is about 4 inches tall, which only really gives him, once he gets to the top, an inch to move in, which is not enough for his base to move in. So going up is probably out of the question for the most part. Although, like we were talking about before, technically you could counteract the teleport, from what I understand. So in theory, you could even move him. It doesn't really matter. You could move him to here in conceal, and then just, I don't even, does anti-obscuring work? Does that matter? Because it goes away, right? They're all going to go away at the top of the next turn. This isn't a holdover. Until the start of this operator's next activation, whenever no, it holds. So you could anti-obscure him too. You could move him in conceal over to here, anti-obscure him, because it'll maintain until the next activation. And then with your counteract, if it's the way you want to go, you could have this guy counteract, teleport him to the top here, so that you have another guy up top ready to go. Okay. So, just to do it, just to move. Give him some sight. In conceal, anti-obscure. I have a warrior and my flesh chooser. So they lose 2. They're down to 5. The question is, can I pocket them? Three. Would he fit there? Within an inch. Yeah, he could pocket there. You don't even need to apologize for that. We're just tinkering around at this point. So you do get one counteract here. The only characters you have that are counteract capable is this Deathmark up here, who really doesn't have a target, but that's not the only thing he can do. Or your leader, who has that potential, as we talked about. From what I know, one free action point action should allow him to trigger another teleport to get this guy up top here. And we can double check that. But I'm pretty sure that's how this works. Your operatives are expended, but your opponents aren't when you would activate a ready friendly operative. One expended friendly operative with an engage order can counteract to perform a 1 action point for free. There's no restrictions. And then if we go back here, reanimation, living, magnify, there's no information beyond that. We go down to Chrono. Time Splinter is a single action point action. Select one expended friendly Hierotek Circle operative within 6. Remove it. Put it in a location it cannot be. Each friendly operative can only be selected once per turning point. And you can't perform it within control range. There's not a lot of people in the buildings right now. There's only the one, which I have the marker over here for. Everyone else is pretty visible, hopefully. Find all my conceal. Do we have any plays here? Any plans? Any ideas? Any concepts? Mostly posturing, kill team. We're currently picking a counteract because I have one more guy to go. You dropped a counter temporal here. The only guys you have for counteract and engage are him and the leader. We were talking about the idea that you could now have the leader counteract teleport this guy up top if we wanted to. But I mean, counteract has some fun concepts. I'm also currently pulling out all of my custom tokens so I can repaint my conceal tokens to be a different color. Oh, nice PhD. So yeah, you guys get to pick a counteract. The things we were discussing was basically trying to maneuver this guy up to here using the teleport from him. Barbed wire is right here. Pretty much on the line, dead center. Yeah, we thought it was a good idea. Ugh. The Luxion purple does not look good. Might just have to do Leviathan blue, which was kind of my plan. I'd have to redo this whole facing in white and then hit it with Luxion. Which, honestly, maybe we do that, actually. Okay. So either way, teleport. For the counteract. He is also in anti-obscure currently, because we decided to hit him with it just to do it. Since it does actually hold until they go again. My last activation. Kind of an issue. The counter temporal cuts him down to 5 instead of 7. He has to move over at least like an inch. Which means 3 through the door yet again. I think maybe he just rotates. Let me make sure this guy can't really see. Yep. For the guard attack, and just toss him into some heavy cover. Okay. The mission is from the standard rulebook. It is... where did it go? Yeah, transmission. It's the third one. We rolled a D3 for it. It's one where you basically have to reactivate the objectives over and over to have them be active for the turn. Like, every turn, they're going to have to be activated if you want to score points on them. And then you need someone within control range of it when it's activated to score that point. So if I were to move up, capture that, or activate it, and then you moved everyone on top of it and didn't even kill me and you just had more APL on the point, you'd get the point. It doesn't matter. But there's nothing to do here for the mission. There was no way to score this in turn 1. Because it does not let you score in turn 1. Only 1 death so far in turn 1, so Kill Op also didn't do anything. So we cycle. I need to pull up my flowchart. My flowchart just has everything. Game tools. Initiative time. Red is for Hierotek, gray is for Mandrakes. Hierotek currently has initiative, so Mandrakes win the tie. 2. 3. Mandrakes are up. Generate command points. Ooh, that's actually interesting. so generate command points. This is probably why the cube sucks. Because the cube doesn't give you a command point until the ready step, right? Ready step comes after... Oh, it does come before. Generate command points, that's done. Players within... Yeah, so Gambit. So then ready operatives, which means... It's a 4-up for you guys. Yep. Four plus. 1 plus negates it. Nope, 2. You don't lose it completely, but you don't get anything. So that's kind of the ready step. If only you could command point reroll non-combat functions. Operatives readied. Gambit step, starting with me. Oh, my dirge still isn't close. But maybe. Maybe there's a play here. Also, your guard goes away, but you still have your anti-obscure. I'm going to set my tart. Why do I have multiple Ooblexes? What is the point in having multiples of these? The problem is your counter-temporal still kind of screws me in a lot of ways. But yeah, I could activate that a little bit. Just to do it. helps, though. Man, this sucks. I'm a haunting focus here, currently an engaged guy there. All right, so you're first up for your decision on your command point usage. You have 2 in the bank. And I gotta start blocking in white on these conceal tokens so I can hit them with Luxion in a second. Remember, you do have Tesla Weave. So your plan is sort of to force me to charge you. I might have okay shooting, but it's equivalent normally to like bolter fire, which really isn't that great at killing Hierotek style units. So we're thinking relentless. So balance with an 8. Normally in a go round, Relentless is usually good, especially if you're this close to a lot of units, just because the idea is, rather than having to spend a command point on a single command point reroll over and over and over again to try to solidify kills, Relentless covers it for everyone that's about to shoot. That is within 8 inches. You do still have 2 stunning grenades as well, yes. I do have a lot of people bunched up, which is not something I'm excited about. Undying androids, it cannot retain any cover. If you cannot retain any cover saves, you're currently not in the open. So usually when someone goes undying, it's because they're planning on moving up into a terrible location to shoot at people. Which, I mean, this map doesn't really care about that as much. It is good though if I rush up on you and try to do a 2-inch shoot. Which is insane. Because your army is mostly... How many health? Like 12? 10? 10. 10, 11 for the Hierotek. I think Despo might be 12. No, 11 for the Despo. It's going to require a good bit of damage from me, since most of my stuff is bolter damage. Which is not the best. Yeah. Alright, Undying. Let me mark it down so I know what you guys have this turn. T2. So we'll open with Undying. Undying. Hyro. I do think I need to have some stuff up and running as well. Because this is going to be a brutal round. Super brutal. Creeping Horror after an enemy operative before the next operative is activated. Oh, dude, there's so many good ones that I really think I want. I don't think Creeping Horror is useful, though. Not right now. I'm too close. Glooming Shroud. Whenever an operative is shooting a friendly Mandrake operative within shadow, you can retain one of your defense dice as normal. I might want a Gloaming. I wanted a Gloaming in the prior round, but it was only for that one potential play, and it wouldn't have helped either way, so it worked out. Blade in the Dark, friendly. I don't really want to do Charge from Conceal because D3 Mortals puts me in a bad situation after I charge you. I have to know I'm getting the kill. I'm going to have to trade a couple times. The problem is you're just going to get back up either way. The result is higher than the enemy operative's APL. They cannot activate it during this activation if there's no other enemy operatives. Oblex. Because that'll put me at 5 for the most part. It's not great. It's no bueno. No bueno. So I am thinking the auto-retain win in shadow. Operative is shooting, fighting, or retaliating. If it's within shadow, you can roll. I get a re-roll. Oh. This is just for me to get re-rolls as long as I'm doing stuff while within shadow. Oh, God. There's so many good ones. Nah. Let me do a quick measure check. That counter-temporal, because counter-temporal lasts until that Hierotek goes again, I believe. Because it's 7. It basically, charge would just be 7 at that point. It wouldn't really get me close enough. No, it would. But with a character I don't want to get into close combat with, though, is the problem. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I am going to Blade in the Dark. So you guys did your thing, right? You guys did your Undying. And then I'm going to Blade in the Dark. This is the one that allows me to charge while in conceal. Burn your last command point on Methodical. You were at 1 at the end of your prior turn. You didn't make the roll for the cube. You only went up to 2. You had 3 at the, you had 2 at the start. Mandrakes were up top with 3. It was 3 and 2 because you guys burned through a lot of command points in the first turn. Like a lot of command points. Oh God, that's right. I keep forgetting about the initiative thing. So yeah, you're at 2 now. This is gonna be the one thing I really gotta hammer into my head from the new rules, is how the command points work for initiative rolls. I'm so used to 1. Like I played like 50, 60 games in the last edition. I got so used to 1. All right, so you're looking at Methodical. Weapons with melee weapons, accurate 1. Okay. And if you haven't moved yet, you get accurate 2. Methodical. Which will knock you down 1 to 1. I do think I need that one for at least 1 point. I almost feel like the reroll isn't necessary. The color scheme for my Mandrakes, it's like a fluorescent chartreuse to orange to magenta that I did on their weapons and hands. I used brass as their flesh, and then I hit that with nihilic oxide to make it look like it was weathered. Then I made their hair white. I then applied plasmatic blue to the hair to pull the shadows to like a really light blue, and then I redid the peaks with white. And then I just applied some bone on it. The bases are texture paste with Leviathan blue and then a bunch of mica dust. Magenta and blue mica dust. And then the Necrons are metallic. I then do black for most of the armor, except for their shoulder pad and their right arm, I think, which then becomes a color, which is usually the color of the unit. And then the leaders are bronze for the Despotech, silver for the Apprentech, and gold for the Cryptex. And then usually just like a white and then a Tesseract yellow for the guns. This is going to be hard. I think I do need one. I need 1 point on hold. Which means I have to be very explicit about this extra crap that I gotta do. I think we're gonna go glooming. We're gloaming shroud. Yeah. Gloaming shroud, as long as I'm in shadow, I can retain a save. And that's on top of if I'm retaining another save as well. You guys holding your point? Okay, I shall also hold. Oh, I should probably click this. Boom, turning point 2. So we each have a command point in the bank. I get my first activation. So I need to make a call here. Probably the most important call of the day. Okay. So I'm still within countertemporal, which lowers me to 5, but then charge puts me back up to 7. If I go through the door, it puts me down to 6, which doesn't allow me to get close enough. But that's why I have my extra command point, which I don't want to spend on this, but I am looking. I feel like I'm running out of options. So we burn my last command point on nowhere to hide. Meaning I don't have to spend any points going through terrain. I can stay in conceal, because charging while in conceal. Tesla Weave covers the entirety of your army, I believe. Yes. Friendly Hierotek. So. D3. Oh, come back. Two. This is a warrior, mind you. 7/6. Fight Law. Where's my boy? Plasma Sight Reanimator. Coding overload. Oh no. Can you guys still see what's going on? Uh-oh. Oh, okay. So I'm being informed that OBS has crashed, but we're still going. So I'm not going to click yes, but here we go. Okay. Do 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 do. So Reanimator, 3 attacks on a 5+. You get to auto retain 2 if you'd like. I'm pretty sure, right? Reanimated function. Yeah, it's all Hierotek. No restrictions. I mean, I saw the cam get waved, so here we go. 3 attacks on 5s. God damn, you guys got some crit. Oh, friggin'. I completely forgot auto. Do you want to auto retain, or would you like this 2 crit, 1 miss concept? What do you need to move? My guy. Glimmer Steel, 4 attacks. 2, 3, 4. 3 ups, lethal 5. Oh my god. I didn't take the reroll while in Shadow because I don't have enough command points for it. That actually heavily sucks. But we are out of command points, so not much I can do here. You've got 2 crits, which means I can't block. Sadly, I needed a crit to really matter here. Feels like we might be ending in a bit of a stalemate, potentially. Yeah. So I'm just going to push 1, which puts you down to 1 health. So I'm assuming you're going to block 1, leaving me with nothing, and then you would toss a crit in for another 2 damage. Yeah, your crits too. Since you had 2 crits in melee. These things are 1 and 2 damage. these things are not good. I wanted to kill it because, I mean, this... I don't believe this can get back up. Let me double check. I think the little bugs were, like, kind of screwed. No, they could. It's just he's going to be easier to bring down than most things. If I can knock him out, then he can't forcibly respawn something. You'd be stuck to rolls. Oh well. Dice are not going in my favor this game. Make your plans. Return your fire, or just do stuff. Up to you. Remember, your leader is currently under the effects of basically wounded. The counter-temporal nanomine that's currently out is courtesy of the Hierotek, who, if it goes, would make that go away. Currently applying white paint to all of my engage order 3D printed tokens, or conceal order 3D printed tokens. Teleport was only expended, right? Teleport was expended or no? Could have swore we saw teleport being expended. Have a good night, Jackal. Game is going all right. Hierotek is trying to choose their next activation. Dice rolls are not going in my favor, and we did make an extremely crazy top of the round play where I turn one sent my leader basically right up to the line so that he could try to shut down a lot of movement early. Despo is here. He is the brass bronze shoulder unit. Go straight in for charging a warrior? I mean, we can do that. One of them does. One of them absolutely has blast. Finish putting the paint down. It is a 2-inch, yes. Who was it? It is this guy. It is also Seek Light, which, I mean, you'd be an Engage, it wouldn't matter. It is also Devastating 2. It is also Soul Strike. It also comes with Stun. It is a range 6, though. So, wait, no, that's a different one. Hang on. That's not the right guy. There's another guy. Ah, here he is. It's the basic, yeah, so this is the basic attack. Instead of it being Lethal 5, it is Blast 2. It is, where did he go? I think this guy, right? Yes, that guy. In the bottom right-hand corner of the right side contained building. Okay. We'll have to figure that out. And this is still with the Despo? You don't want to... Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't really do it with the Death Mark. Okay. So, 5-inch movement on Despo, yes? Which means 7-inch for the charge potential. There's almost no way you're going to be out of counter charge range. But we'll find out. Despo. Yep, 5-inch. Yeah. Here we go. So 5-inch standard, 7-inch with charge. You're trying to be outside of 2. Which means you really need to be here. End of your charge if you're trying to be out of blast range. There's no way you get outside of counter charge. No, yeah, it's absolutely legal because my guy is distracted. He won't immediately stop. But the only way to get out of blast range and be in combat is pretty much there. It's 2. So you'll 100% be in counter charge range as well, but you won't be within blast range of the crab. So it's up to you. This, because it's 7 inches, it could either be up and over this wall and then to here, because the issue is to get within the 1-inch control range of him, if you're over here, you are also within 2 of him. So you have to basically go almost exactly across from his current location. Because that's 1 inch is the halfway marker there. So if you're over even slightly, he's within range of the 2. So this could either be a 7-inch up over the wall and around, or completely around and in. Doesn't really matter which way he goes. 7 inches should be enough to get him there. You're trying to go here. You'd have to be too close. You're going to be within 2 if you're within the 1. Like, being within 1 means you're within 2. You're going to have to push yourself even further. So it does come down to, at least if you want to like try to finagle, 2, still outside of the 1. So you have to be a little closer than that. That is probably your best bet if you're trying to be as close. It's closer, it's further away than over here, but it's still easily within counter charge range for pretty much most of these guys that are down over here. Okay. So also engage. I mean, that's if that's my plan as well, to want to like do that, because you never know. So he'll be engage. By intention, out of 2 of the little guy, within 1 of the Mandrake. Charged, so no Tesla Weave for you. But I only really have like 2 health, so you did move. So what does that? Is this just accurate 1? I believe. We technically don't even need to roll for this if that's the case, because you'll just hit. I don't have command points to strike first. You're a 3+ on the Despo. Oh, he definitely, to get to there, definitely move more than 5. Like, it's 3 to get over to here, and then it would be another like 3.5 to get to there. Because this would be melee weapon has accurate 1 whenever friendly Hierotek Circle operative is fighting during an activation in which it hasn't moved more than its move stat, or whenever it's retaliating. So you're not retaliating, you're fighting, but you've moved more than your move stat, so accurate 1. Yeah, so I mean, it's accurate 1. You get it. I don't have a way to forcibly strike first because that would cost a command point. Where'd the beak? There it is. And then, boom, because that is your first kill op. Yeah, the kill op score. So he is now just there. How do I want to play this? I feel like we need to output damage. The problem is I'm trying to think of not outputting damage just because the concept is it's like it doesn't really work, I guess is how I would put it. Because it's Necron, and Necron's obnoxious to damage into. But like I have to. I do feel like with Necron, Tesla Weave is almost like a straight counter pick. Which is crazy, but it works. So 3 up. 2 over, 3 up. Wouldn't work either way. Oh, this is a toughie. This is definitely a toughie. Maybe we start just playing the shooting game rather than taking the Tesla Weave on hit. One inch radius. If I'm not mistaken, shooting within 2 does override the terrain. It doesn't override the order, which is what super conceal is. But it would override the terrain. I feel like we've been doing the dumb thing the whole time, so why stop now? It would lower me to 5, though. I don't think I can get within 2 either. Well, I thought the 2-inch thing was like the terrain involved doesn't matter. Like it overrides the intersect, not so much the... Unless they changed it. Because the old wording made it so it didn't really matter. Yeah, you're not considered in cover within 2. The order wouldn't matter then. Because it's not the order, it's the cover. Like, I'd have to just charge. I don't want to just charge. Because that sounds like a terrible plan. No, Super Conceal isn't in the core rulebook, but Super Conceal is on the unit, and it just says that you can't override the order, which is not what's happening. Yeah, this operative has a conceal order and is in cover. If it's not in cover, it doesn't get it. And if it's within 2, it's not in cover. That's all that Super Conceal is. Because you can't not be in cover from Vantage. Normally. But it's also why Vantage is specific. Because Vantage doesn't provide Seek. Yeah, if it's in cover and conceal. But if it's not in cover... I did. I literally just read it. The precursor is, whenever this operative has a conceal order and is in cover, you need to be both. And if you're within 2, you're not in cover. Which is also why blast grenades suck at 2 inches, because then you have to basically blast yourself while simultaneously blasting the unit. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna, like, I at this point, I think I just need to, like, move someone up a little bit and shoot. I don't even know if I need to move. I mean, I probably should, because you do have blast. Okay, is Squad Gaming the channel that made the FAQ? Because this is one of those things where I was told another thing Squad Gaming claimed was their FAQ of why it would work or not work. And all the rules in the book explicitly go against it. But you're talking about a channel on like YouTube or something that decided to FAQ. But the reality is, whenever this operative has a conceal order and is in cover, it cannot be selected as a valid target, taking precedence over other rules. Certainly, that's Seek, that's Vantage, that's all that. But because those don't actually negate those don't negate the cover. Those negate the order. When you're within 2 inches of an opponent, you negate the cover completely. I was also told that the ladder also allows you to like continually climb up or down, but because of how rules are written, the moment you step off of vantage, you are dropping, you are not climbing. You do not get the option to climb. If you're on vantage, you could declare climb, but then you can't go through terrain, which means you can't go through the floor. I think gantries are the only one that's weird with that, because technically you can. And that's fine, but like, I feel like they got really honed in on some specific things and didn't actually look at the grand scheme. And they just kind of went with it the way they thought it'd be fun. Because there's just very core wording in a lot of the stuff I've seen in their FAQ where it's like, yeah, that's not actually how that works. We're going to shoot, and we're going to move because we need to spread out. Which also means I need to go active, which is fine. Because that's the thing, right? Like, let's say GW's FAQ comes out. Where's mine? There it is. And it's literally like, hey, these things that these guys said were right, they're wrong. Like, what does that do to them? As like, what? And they point out the exact wording why. What does that do? I kind of want to just go over here, I think. Just a little bit in cover, but a little bit away from the barbed wire, making it fine. And then we're just going to shoot your Despotek, because honestly, I don't know. I can physically see your death mark, but the pass-through line is going to go through here, which is probably outside of the 1, which will give you obscuring. I think I just got to go for the death mark. We soul strike the death mark. Or we soul strike the Despotek. That's what I'm looking for. That's the word. Ugh. Mandrake Warrior. Soul Strike. 4 attacks. Oh yeah, well I mean, we'll see what I roll. If I roll a ton of crits, you might want to rethink that. But, spoilers. I'm probably not going to roll a lot of crits. Yeah. I rolled 1 crit. 1 crit, 1 hit, and 2 extra hits on top, right? That was a 3. Yeah, it's 3, right? Yep, 3. They have the elite ballistic skill, basically. So, you have decided, I'm guessing, to still retain a normal. Which I'll just mark as a 2, because that's kind of how that works. Despotek is 2 APL, so 2s and 1s. So, no. Currently, this is your roll. 1 auto, 2 fails. You have 1 command point. You just want to see how it rolls. Currently, in this situation, you are looking at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage. I'm playing as the Mandrakes, which is 1 health less for your Despo. Despo at 1. You're up. Yeah, I'm playing Mandrakes. Chat is taking over the Hierotek. Hierotek is currently an all... it's an all frickin' death mark. It's 3 death marks, Despotek, Apprentech, your Shrimp, and then the Chronomancer. Weirdly, it is almost worth just putting all of your guys at like 1 health and then just trying to keep them there for the bulk of the game. That way you're just injured. Because against Hierotek, honestly, the best timing you can do is to injure everyone in the first 2-3 turning points, and then in the last turning point, just kill, like, all of them. He's going to need to maneuver a little bit, maybe? Just like a... No, he might not. Hang on. Because the first step is straight line from head. Question is whether or not that window lets him see. She probably does. Head. Yep. Head should be good. Seeing through the window. Doesn't need to move. If he goes, he loses obscure. Do you want to go back with the obscure function? And then fire? This one is within an inch. We measured it to make sure that he'd be within an inch. An inch is a lot bigger than I think people really like think at first. It does give you a lot of leeway to like tinker with distance away from like cover and stuff. There's probably going to be a level of playing this game where you want to make sure you're always like just an inch away. That way if something charges you, it has to be like against the wall. And most walls are the exact distance you need to not be within like the actual range for control range of an enemy. Like we're gonna get to some finagly nonsense, I think, going forward once people realize that all your units you don't have to measure to be against the wall anymore. This Mandrake this one is within an inch of here, and this is heavy terrain. You're talking about this Mandrake here? Because you have no line of sight on angle to him. You do not see him. You'd have to be fully up top to fire down. Basically the full angle from head, like through this window and wall hitting here, it doesn't have the right angle. If he moves, you have a heavy gun, so you can deal with that, I guess, if you want. If you move to the window, you might be able to see him, but I think you have to actually be up. Let me check. Yeah, all I'm seeing, even from like a high angle here, is this metallic edge. That metallic edge, no head. The model is completely not seeable. The first step of line of sight doesn't fit. Or rather, valid target or targeting line. The visibility segment doesn't work. Oh god, that paint was really dry. Shoot the Drake in the middle and dash. Weren't their guns straight heavy or were they mild heavy? Dash only. So you're looking, well, okay. So because, and this is a key thing here, because most of these guys down here, if they shoot up to you, part of their targeting line is going to go through here. That means you're obscured. I notice a lot of people think that you have to be an inch away from the heavy terrain to gain obscuring from it. But the reality is, from everything I've read in the rulebook, it's outside of an inch as a targeting line from your model. That's why they showed the thing where the container, if you're both at a tight angle, one of the two targeting lines to one of the sides of your base goes through a piece of the terrain outside of an inch of it. That makes you obscured. So you can be in both in cover and obscured from return fire. So you want to try... So you're activating this guy. So we are activating this guy. This guy is one of my targets for this guy to be able to go and attack if he can hit him. Which he can, but you would be an obscured. The question is, do I actually want to do that before you go? And that's with the purple. You could technically go with the blue and do it. But I would have to make the decision here before you do anything with your activation to activate that guy and see if I can shoot you. It's shoot, right? Is it shoot or fight? The operative must fight against or shoot against that enemy operative and cannot do so against other enemy operatives. Yeah. So you're going to try to activate purple. This will allow me to go before you, which should hopefully help out with counteract later. I do think I need to do it. It'll allow you to get obscuring. You're not going to take any damage, but at the same time, I do feel like I need to get this in a way where potentially I can work on something and you can decide to shoot in other ways if possible. Yeah, let's do it. Screw it. I'm gonna... I have to damage you. Which means I need sight on you. And his head's here, drawing a dot from his head to possibly somewhere. Like, there's potential. If I can see the end of your gun barrel, I don't think I can, because even at this point, I can't really see my head from here. So I imagine I can't see your gun. So he is going to have to reassess his position to be able to see the tip of your gun, allowing him to shoot you. Which is an APL. Or just an action point increase. And then I have to Bail Blast. I cannot do his horrifying scream. You are outside of 6 inches, so we Bail Blast. Ugh. I feel like I got dust in my eye. That goes away. So you were under the effects of obscuring. As well, you are within cover. So I'm probably literally going to do no damage here, but honestly, churning through my activations, I feel like it's going to be important. 3+. So, fail, discard, 2. Guessing you want to auto-retain? No reason not to here. Twos and ones. There you go. Full save. Now the question is, do you have to go with this guy? After completing the operative accident, continue that enemy operative, so you have to continue if possible. You're not dead, so you get to go. And you wanted... Now you have technically 2 targets. You could either shoot him or the Dirge. One's a specialist, one's just a regular dude, but the regular dude is a bit closer to you. It is up to you, though. Going for the Dirge. So you are a single vantage higher than me. I'm guessing you're doing... So are you gonna try to dash out, or are you gonna just stick with it like we talked about how you should have obscuring from most of this angle? At which point, you could do... I guess you would want to do the anti-obscure, which is fine. I mean, I don't think it's gonna really matter here. And then you would just shoot at that point. I mean, you can't really, like... He's not really obscured, because you would mark probably from here to him. It would pass through this, but this is within an inch of his model. So he shouldn't be obscured, he would just be in cover. It would pretty much go over top of all of this, so that wouldn't matter. But yeah, we can scope up and just go for it. Yeah. Alright, we can determine later. Here we go! Dirge Maw, currently in cover in shadow, so 4+ saves, able to retain 2 from my Glooming Shadow, or Glooming Shroud ability. Your Death Mark. 4 attacks. Auto retain. I'm just going to put that there. You do roll crits, so no upgrades. There is 1 miss on the table. That should be 4 damage. Already on a 7, I believe, or 8. I think it's an 8 health unit still. There's still 8s, yep. So down to 4. At half, but not below. You've got 2 crits, a whiff, and a hit that you retained from accurate. You're up for choosing whether you want to reroll or anything. Keep it? Okay. Yeah, there was an act. You're up. Did you not want to retain? Dude, you're on Vantage. You get accurate 1. Compared to me, you're over 2 inches above me. No, it's fine. There's still a lot of like awkward rules that we have to go over. So, best bet for me at this point, I'm probably dead, but I'm going to retain 1 from the cover and I'll retain 1 from my enhancement. Because if I can, I think, right? That's a hit. If I roll another save, what's your damage looking like? I need to be able to roll 1 save here, and he'll live. He's probably not going to make this. Deathmark damage is insane. Nope, there it is. Of course my rolls are going to be bad. I can't complain. I did this to a buddy of mine with a triple Deathmark team in the old list. Because even back then, Deathmark damage was just absolutely nuts. So you still have an action point left, because we didn't do the hold for observe. So if you want to dash, so are you trying to get closer to this window here? Is that the plan? Because you're not going up, like you're not going to be above, but you could get closer to this window. The trick is, and this is coming from someone who's trying to foresee a lot of strategic functions. If you get closer to this window, and if people up here start popping up, they can shoot at you, you won't be obscured, because you're going to be within window range. Unless you're looking to, like, try to stay in the pocket out of this, like outside of an inch of it. But at that point, you're also obscuring yourself from a lot of stuff, if you shoot in the future. Okay. Yeah. So you can kind of try to position on sort of like the back edge to try to keep yourself at least relatively out of an inch of window 1, potentially, yeah, window 2. Do we get obnoxious? And do we do it now? I feel like I kind of have to. Was injury from him? Keep forgetting which does which. Parabolic protection, that's the horrifying scream. Performs action again. Is capacity. Yep, there we go. Kind of forces your hand in one direction, but I don't think it's going to matter that much. It's tiring. Considering your locations, considering I can charge while concealed. I just have to brave, like, I hate doing it, but I have to brave the Tesla Weave. I can't not do it. Let me see how the Balefire works here. Whenever an operative is shooting a friendly Mandrake, you're not going to be shooting. Okay. We just have to brave the Tesla at this point. Maybe. Because his attacks aren't that good, if I'm being real. So 7 minus 2 plus 2, so 7. Minus 1, so 6. We could just flat reposition. Get within the 2 of your unit here and then shoot. I'd be within 1 of the terrain, I believe. Yeah. So I can't go this way because I put a landmine there. I either charge while in conceal and make it a problem for you shooting back to me, but take the damage potentiality. Or he does have the anti-shoot damage, but you have a lot of devastating, so that kind of sucks. I think we charge. If I'm being real, I think we charge. It sucks, but we do it. I'm pretty sure. 7. Well, it's still... Actually, I don't even know if we can. Or maybe we just leave. Maybe we just leave. Why not? Maybe we can see what you do. You still have 1, 2... I need to knock one of your activations out. But I can't. I can't! I can only kill something that's already down. I think we set up the turn 3 play. Maybe. Screw it. I'm going to activate this guy, and then I'm just going to have him use initiate transmission on this thing. So I'll just flip to black. I think this one's already black. And flip that over so it's yellow instead. I think that's it. Because he has to stay near it in order to get points. You guys are up. Kill Team said he's AFK. If anybody else has a play at hand, something you think you might want the team to do, definitely toss it in the pool. I don't know. There's probably a very slim chance that the Mandrakes went out. There's a bit the Hierotek can do here. I don't really have a lot more churning maneuvers. I've lost too many units without killing anything. A lot of that's on me. I probably should have did the alternative play instead of the shutdown play at the beginning. I probably should have just moved all of my melee units that are heavy melee up to mid. Through portals. The thing is, this team does really work super well into Mandrakes, because that the friggin' counter temporal, way too strong. Because if you hold it till the end, you basically try to see if somebody's gonna portal, and the moment they do, you just counter temporal near the portal, and that's it. Like, because if somebody tries to do the portal right, you want to do it early enough that everyone goes through it, so that you have like a whole team somewhere else on the field. But then you just counter temporal at the end, and then all those people are just stuck near a mine when they activate in turn 2. This is a very not at all like beneficial to the Mandrakes matchup. They have to play very differently than what they would normally play as. Forces them to go like a whole other route. I wonder if Portable Shield would be sick with this team. Probably would, because when they're in cover, they get +1 to their armor. And then the portable would even make it better. You'd have just a unit moving around on the field slowly. I wonder if as written you could actually pick. No, you can't, because the reposition is its own action, if I'm not mistaken. The special portable one is its own action, if I remember correctly. No one want to suggest anything? No one want to take a shot? Make a plan. Can ask questions. I can try to give you some info, some tips, some tricks, some functional stuff. We still haven't really gone with the cryptics yet, which means there's still a lot of like teleportation plays and fun stuff with rocking the command after teleporting a unit kind of situation. Oh no. Did the talking crowd vanish? This is why I kind of hope that the streaming community picks up. We can get at least like a good handful of people who are all about just getting a game in. Welcome back. Get you back up to date. I activated my warrior that was in the top right stronghold, and I activated the point with him. So that point is currently sending out info, and he is standing near it, so he can potentially get the victory point at the end of the round. So just churning, just doing a little churn action. We are in the not a lot of talkative viewer stage of the game. This is kind of the part where I've been trying to figure out what to do. I could technically like pause the game until a later stream and just leave it here. The issue is I gotta make videos, so I have to actually clear this spot off because this is where I record as well. Nice law. It is currently Hierotek turn. I'll spend the command point to allow him to guard. I'm pretty sure you can full move and then guard, because technically you're not picking the weapon. Yeah, it's just putting you in a state of shoot. It's not actually choosing the weapon. So you're thinking red? Guard, because it is guard, if I charge you, you can choose to shoot before anything happens. It will be at -1 to hit, which on death marks is 3+. That's not bad. But if I don't die, the follow-up is that you cannot swing back at me in melee. But of course, you've got Tesla Weave and Point Blank Shoot, which is a really good combo. Because it's not like they're using something kind of like guard. They're 100% using guard, and guard has access to point blank. What's the goal? Remember, there's a bomb here. There's a landmine down here. Where are you thinking of moving? Figure out the intention. So he can only go 5. You're trying to move to here. It's gonna cost 2 up. So you only get 3 basically from your locale. I mean, you won't be in blast range of anyone, but you're really only gonna be about right here, but underneath. Here, but underneath. And again, that'll cost a command point. Cool. Under. That's out of 2. Still in conceal because this allows that. You don't have anti-obscure, but you are in guard. And that will be your last command point. Yep, out of blast range is the goal. Okay. I think I know what's going to happen here. I can't really stop it. So that's fine. It's about time we actually like get to a better position. Start threatening some range, hopefully for next round. Because I can't really... The only thing I can do to try to stop it is to sacrifice another unit that matters. And I would honestly rather... activate him. Pull him up using the Shadow Walk. And conceal. That means this gets broken. So, he has one action pointed. Are you going to guard? Since guard doesn't require you to attack the target that did the action. Purple is underneath him. This is a Shadow Walk. He is within heavy, so he's within shadow. He is not targetable because for either of these guys to shoot him, they would have to be able to break the light cover here to be able to hit him, because shooting up through him is going to constantly allow light cover. The range, the 2-inch range, isn't infinitely vertical. The 2-inch range is down here. So I'm going to balefire. He's gonna get wrecked. I'm gonna balefire him, I think. He needs to be there to make sure no other bases can get up to him. Who can he see, and why does it matter? He can't really see that guy. That frickin' pillar is blocking the sight. Death Mark is currently the only one that doesn't have like one wound left. Alright, you're up. Unless you want to guard or something before the end. As it is reactionary. Purple to my 3D printed tokens. Trying to uncoffee stain them as well. No coffee stains.
finish these once this is done. No, yeah. This was more the play that I wanted to do at the beginning, because I knew you wouldn't be able to like easily counter it, because everyone hates the third floor cover in this game, because as long as you stay in conceal, it's like near impossible to screw with you. It makes certain snipers like impossible to deal with on this height. You need seek light and to hit from that direction, like the outside direction. Which, by the way, I'm going to, before you go, just because it doesn't, honestly, I don't think, it wouldn't have worked with him anyway. I'm going to do it with this guy for this round. The ploy that I have, not the ploy, the gear that I have, that gives me a once per turning point ability to declare a unit to be in super conceal. I'm just gonna toss it on him, just in case. Just in case. It's probably not gonna matter here, because it's mostly against Vantage at this point. And he's kind of the highest possible in Vantage, and I'm not really using light cover anywhere else. I just can't remember if you have Seek Light or not. Like off the top of my head. I know you have the way to Deathmark full Seek. What you thinking? Oh, this guy got coffee stained to hell. You talking about this guy? See, the problem here is that this is light cover. And since measuring distance between targets is base to base, because this is 3 inches high, you cannot get within 2 inches of him from below in order to attack him. Because he's in conceal in cover. And now he has super conceal. What's the plan, though, with him? What do you want to do with this guy? This guy is on the tier 3 advantage, or the tier 3 vantage point. The, I think, 6-inch tall vantage, as opposed to the 3, which you guys are on. Yeah, he's on 2nd floor. He's in that super obnoxious corner. That's why he's up there. So obnoxious. And I've tried to position him in such a way where it is almost impossible by intent for you to place a base up there without it falling off. That's why he's not like against a wall, he's dead center. No, there is not. There shouldn't be, at least. Yeah. Nothing in there. Can't go over here. And if you're over here, you're falling off.
There is no way to get a 32. Again, this is something you'll see people complain about a lot on Reddit, is that there's a couple snipers that exist. No! Well, we might have to call it then. If no one else is going to pick up the mantle. You getting dinner? You getting your meal? I should probably get food too. I'll give it a minute, see if anybody chimes in. If anybody wants to take up the challenge. Because this is going to be kind of close on score. I'm going to have to get very, like, restricted in the next turn as to, like, what I can allow for damage to go through with my characters. Still, it's going to be very close. Mandrakes are not that good into Hierotek. You really have to play the map more than the team. If I started earlier, we probably would have got it. I don't know if I can pause this one and just leave it there, because I do really need to make another video. I think we're going to go over the approved ops missions, like one by one, talk about their concepts and strategies. What was that? Ways to approach them, ways to think about it. Just to do like a nice tactical video. Something less team focused. Something a little more, here's what you should expect to, you know, have to do during missions kind of situation. We could even go over the approved ops map layouts, just one by one. Although if I do that, I would want to build them all. Well, the ones that I can at least, just to show visually what I'm talking about. That would take forever. Vulcus wouldn't be that bad, but frickin' Gallodark would be just atrocious. Looking like no one else wants to speak up. No one else wants to take up the mantle. I do think I need a backup plan. Maybe get one of my friends on Discord. Although their schedules are usually pretty shreked during the weekdays. Alright. No one's going to pick up the mantle. I've got some painting to do. I'm liking what I'm seeing. We've saw some pretty cool combinations and attack situations, I guess, at the beginning of the game with the Hierotek. The big one, of course, being from the Chronomancer, the idea of teleporting and commanding units to shoot, that kind of thing. It's super powerful, especially with death marks as your core potential for that. Considering you can basically make them obscure negation and all that. Like, it's pretty good. It's pretty strong. I definitely made some bad plays, but I did kind of want to see how they worked. Spoilers, not well. But it did take a lot. Like, that's the trick to me. It took a lot to bring my stuff down when I did it early on, just because of the way it worked. So there's potential there, I think. Especially against 2 APL teams, like heavy 2 APL teams. I just need to position a little better to force people's hands. But yeah, I guess if nothing else, I'll get moving, because I do need to eat as well. I am a bit hungry. Thanks for swinging by, anyone who popped in. Bit long of a stream. Little 6-hour stream to only get halfway through Turning Point 2. Quite ridiculous. Maybe in future, if I can get like a different spot to record on, I won't have to worry as much. Therefore, I could leave this game up for another day. But sadly, I gotta get moving. So thanks for hanging out. Thanks for talking for as long as a lot of you did. That was kind of awesome. I'll see you guys next time.